All right, Trustee Church, before I hit the gavel, I just want to make sure you're here with us.
I am. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And for the record, or just whoever's listening, I'm in San Diego at a conference, and that's why I'm not here, but I am attending a conference. Not goofing off.
All right, very good. All right, it's 2:07 p.m. on Tuesday, October 24th, 2023, and this is a regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. And now I would like to invite Clerk Rodriguez to do roll call.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustee Woodley. Here. Trustee Westlake. Here. President Smith.
Here.
I'm here. Vice President Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
Trustee Mayberry. Here. And Trustee Church.
Here.
And I believe our student representative, Deason, says she'll be here momentarily. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Clerk Rodriguez. Okay, so we all have an origin story from our childhood. Someone who was a standard that we wanted to grow up to be like, or that showed us a path in life that we decided to follow ourselves. Now, normally when I say that, I'm talking about an educator or a staff member here in the district. But today, I'm talking about parents, and in particular, one of my parents. My mother is with us today. My mother is a lifetime career person in nonprofit work. She is the most loving, selfless, and caring person that I know, and I strive to live up to the standard of her every day. So to my mother, Christina Braun, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, Mom. And now we'll move on to our land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their distant homes in the hope of a better life, and some have lived on this land for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Niwi, Western Shoshone, Nuwu, Southern Paiute peoples. We pay respect to their elders past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous people, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. Thank you. Now that closes section 1, and now we'll move on to section 2. These are our consent agenda items. And today we have several items. We have items 2.02 through to 2.20. I have heard from no trustees to pull any of these items, so first I will ask to see if there are any individual items to be pulled. Seeing no lights, I will invite any comment or question about these items together as a group. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. No, I just, an observation, wanted to thank the superintendent and her team. On the consent items, 9 out of 20 of them are all grant funded. I think that's worthy to point out. Thank you. Thanks for the continued hard work and the application of grant funding to help us reduce our costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. JJ, do we have any public comment on any of these items?
We do not.
Very good. Well, then I will look to this board for a motion to approve item 2.02 to 2.20.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion by Clerk Rodriguez, seconded by Trustee Mayberry. Does it feel cold over there, Trustee Woodley? I know, you got left out of that one. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries. That closes Section 2 for our consent agenda items, and now we move on to Section 3. These are our items for presentation, discussion, information, and/or N. So first, we will open with item 3.01, and this is a presentation and discussion from Junior Achievement of Northern Nevada on their partnership with the Washoe County School District and how they support academic achievement. This is an item for presentation and discussion, and we welcome our presenters, Dr. Troy Parks, our Chief Academic Officer, Len Stevens, the President of Junior Achievement, Mindy Lambert, a teacher at Huffaker Elementary School, and two very special guests, Chris Braun, also Achievement, and Kristen Regan, also of Junior Achievement. We welcome you. Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. I'd like the honor of introducing our Junior Achievement of Northern Nevada. As a proud board member, I've been able to participate in many events, and I get to see firsthand the impact on our students where Junior Achievement impacts the learning of our students. You're going to hear a little bit about financial literacy, I'm sure, today. And I'm sure President Len Stevens is going to talk to you about some future work that the board is working on, a little project called BizTown. So with that in mind, I'm going to turn it over to Junior Achievement of Northern Nevada. Take it away.
Welcome, President Stevens, and welcome.
Is this on? Oh, perfect. Look at that. So my name is Mindy Lambert, and I work at Huffaker Elementary School. I teach second grade at the moment. And I've actually been teaching for 19 years. I worked in California for about 10 years, and then I've worked about 10 years here, almost 10 years. And I have a son who is 14 who is in high school, and I have a daughter who is a senior this year and going to UNR next year, so that's exciting. But I wanted I was really excited when I was invited here to talk about Junior Achievement, because since I've moved to Nevada in Reno, I have not had Junior Achievement in my classroom. I can't speak, sorry, I'm a little nervous. That when I first moved here, I worked at Double Diamond Elementary School, and Nancy Stafford, a teacher there, took me under her wing, and she's like, you have to have Junior Achievement in your classroom. You just have to have it. It is an amazing program. And I said, oh, okay. I don't know really what that is, but that sounds amazing. Let's do it. And she gave me a little synopsis on what it was. And I remember my first volunteer, who was a college student. And he was going through business school, and he changed the lives of my kids in my class. I know that sounds crazy, but they were so excited to talk with him and listen to him, not only just about all of the wonderful curriculum, and I'll get to that in a minute, that Junior Achievement offers, but just to know about this person coming in from the community into the classroom. And it meant so much to them. So my volunteers over the year have all been different, except for the last 2 years, because I have requested him again and again, and I'll get to him. But I've had Microsoft employees, and I've had many business owners or entrepreneurs. If you have a first grader, or if you could ever go to a first grader and ask them to say that word, it's the cutest thing you've ever heard. I did teach second grade or first grade the last 2 years. But Junior Achievement not only addresses Nevada state standards, but it empowers students to think about their future. It empowers them to think about their community members and how working together makes for a better place to live. They learn about needs and wants. They learn about money. I taught third grade for a while. They get to learn about checks. They get to learn about credit cards, financial literacy. It's amazing. Things that they really don't understand, and they get to understand it. Oh, that's what happens when my parent swipes the card. Got it, okay? So, oh, that's what happens when they write a check. And they get to learn all of these things through games. And it's wonderful because I think kids learn best when they get to play. And in first grade, they get sticker books. Let me tell you, stickers for a first grader is like the most amazing thing you've ever seen. And then they also get to play fun guessing games, career guessing games. They get to keep the card. It's just a lot of fun. And I think it's really for our volunteers to be able to follow too. And they have a good, really fun, good time. They also got to play a game similar to life. So, you know, it is life, right? And then the best part is that the students get, in my opinion, in my classroom, they get to embrace and love our community members. And I think that's an important part of this community, is pulling in those people that mean so much and get to teach these children about financial literacy. So the most amazing volunteer, I don't know if he's here, but Mr. Pete, his name is Pete Lazari. We call him Mr. Pete. And he was actually the volunteer of the year last year, and I was the educator of the year 2 years ago, 2022. But Mr. Pete, he means so much to my students. Every year when he leaves, they cry. And he literally was only there for 5 lessons. That's how much of an impact he made on them. He engages the students. He has fun with them. He laughs with them. But he will always be my forever volunteer. So he's not allowed to not keep volunteering. Like I'm going to call him and text him and be like, "You're volunteering again, right?" And he's going to be like, "Yes, Mindy, I'm coming." So in conclusion, and I'm sorry I've talked so long, but Junior Achievement has provided a safe and engaging place for students to explore outside of the classroom, inside the classroom. It has given them the ability to know about financial literacy, and they get to see the outside world through the eyes of our volunteers and the curriculum that is offered, and I will never ever be without Junior Achievement. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
That was amazing. Thank you so much.
That's a hard act to follow right there. That's very good. Well, first of all, thank you for having us. So many of you I know over the years, having been here in this community for a long time. This is my 3rd retirement job, so now I'm in it 7 years, and there was no way you could turn it down when I got involved to find out about Junior Achievement. So Junior Achievement started in 1919. So think about that, over 100 years, and it's been in northern Nevada since 1956. So I think there's some credibility there that shows how a nonprofit can survive, go through over 100 years of what they do, and do it so well that there showed a need and a really a value for what the program holds. The thing Junior Achievement's done over all these years is they've stayed relevant. They've kept up with the times, you know, not just financial literacy, but in job readiness, in entrepreneurship. They have all these diversified areas and programs that the students can be involved in. Here in northern Nevada, serve 13 counties. So that's an awful lot of kids. And in those 13 counties, we literally have to go to those counties. We rely totally on volunteers. Prior to the pandemic, we had over 420 volunteers. Now we're growing again. We're back up to about 280 volunteers. Now these volunteers end up in an orientation program, and as you alluded to, they come into the classroom and literally teach the class for 6 to 8 hours, depending on the curriculum. The curriculum is accredited by the state of Nevada. And as we all know, that the state a few years back mandated that financial literacy be in every classroom from 3rd grade to 12th grade. So we consider ourselves a strong partner with the school districts, obviously, in coming in, providing the funding for it, and providing the instructors to teach the class. So we've had an unbelievable relationship here in Washoe County. We serve a little over 12,000 students a year, and about 8,000 of them are in Washoe County School District. So we're really happy with that. But what we're doing isn't enough. And 2 years ago, we added another program, what is called JA Inspire. JA Inspire is literally a career semester. for all students throughout the state of Nevada. Last year, we had 25,000 high school students participate in this career semester where kids go online, talk to business owners, people that can help them understand what the value is of being taking part in any type of business, learning what is required, getting all the information they need to be a part of that. Well, now we've gone live. Last year, for the first time, we were at AACT school and had 23 to 30 businesses in person come in and talk to the kids for a day. This year now we've added Dilworth Middle School along with AACT. Now we're up to close to 50 businesses that are involved, and these kids are getting the opportunity to really start thinking outside the box about what their future can hold. The other part of that is something that we're working on right now. We've started a capital campaign for BizTown. BizTown is literally a city that we build that has 15 to 20 businesses in there. The students take a 12-hour preparation curriculum during the course where they become CEOs, employees, bankers, all of these diversified businesses that are in this city. They have a city council, a mayor. They go through the whole process in action of running the business. The computers there, they're set up. They go in, and at the end of the day, they find out if they've made a profit or a loss or what mistakes they made, and then there's follow-up for them to come through. So these kids get an opportunity to do something like this. Well, this campaign's going to take us about $8 million. We're very fortunate already that the city of Sparks has offered us an acre of land to build on. So we're working on the project now, raising the funding to put this program together. Not only will it house that, but for high school kids, there's also what is called Finance Park, where kids go into entrepreneurship and they learn the values of being an entrepreneur and going through that. There's also other programs like Stock Market Challenge, where high schools challenge each other's high schools, where they get a certain amount of money to work on investing in their stocks, and they compete every month and get together in that competition. So there's so many great things that Junior Achievement offers that we haven't had. Now, like BizTown, for example, Dr. Enfield, you were up in Seattle, so you know about it. It's 20 years old, and we have, for whatever reason, not been able to bring it here. I started to try this before the pandemic, and of course the pandemic slowed us down, but it didn't turn us down. And now we're meeting with foundations and individual developers and people that would help us with this program. So hopefully in the next 6 to 12 months, not only will we'll have just land, but we'll also have a building in the process of being built so that we can serve the kids. We're working with the Boys and Girls Club on busing the kids into schools. We're working on our volunteers. All of the materials to build the building have already been donated by Western Nevada Supply. So we have a lot of things going on now. It's just a matter of raising. It's going to be about $4.5 to $5 million to build it. Then Junior Achievement requires us 3 years of operating budget to make sure that we just don't open and close. And once we get that done, we'll be on the road to having something that so many other communities already have. And so we're looking forward to that. And what a better place to start than with the Washoe County School District, because there's so many people like this that are just so welcoming to us and helpful to us. When we went through the pandemic and we couldn't go into classrooms, the teachers here volunteered to teach the curriculum. So, I mean, that's a lot to say for this school district and what they've done. And they were a great example because we could use that for the other school districts, and they followed in line. So I can't thank this district enough for what you've done and the partnership that we have. And I look forward to your help in the future. Dr. Enfield and I have already talked about the future with having students in the program. So now it's just a matter of finding the brick and the mortar and putting it together. So I thank you again today for having us here. It's a pleasure, and I look forward to working with all of you in the near future. I don't know how long my future is, but in your near future. Thank you. Any questions?
No question, just a joyful affirmation. So I actually served on the board for Junior Achievement of Oregon and Southwest Washington and Junior Achievement Washington, and I'm very familiar with BizTown and Finance Park and would love nothing more than to see our students here in Washoe County benefit from that. And so just know that we stand here ready to partner with you in whatever we can do to help make that a reality. So thank you. And that was one of the best, most honest, passionate presentations that I think anyone, I mean, you should bottle that and take her on the road. So well done.
You might lose an employee.
Hey, we got to be careful
No,
with
I'm
that.
just teasing.
I
I'm
know,
just teasing.
I know. So I do have a few questions, and I know he's going to be so quick on that because we do have a colleague who is always talking about financial literacy, and that is Trustee Adam Mayberry. So I'm sure you want something to say here too. But I do have some questions for you.
Yeah.
So I see that you serve around 8,000 students here in the Washoe County School District. Roughly how many schools do you visit? And it just in an approximate, or roughly how many of our schools do you serve in a year?
20
About 20?
schools.
And then I heard you say that the curriculum, the lessons take place over 5 weeks. Is that a little different for each grade? Are there different topics? Can you talk a little bit
No,
about,
so-
because this is not just a one-time lesson that someone comes in
No.
for an hour. If I'm multiplying this out over 5 lessons and 6+ hours each, this is a very substantial amount of curriculum. Can you explain a little more?
The curriculum of junior achievement is grade specific. So there is a specific curriculum for every grade from kindergarten all the way to 12th grade. That curriculum is updated for each class, each year, every 2 years. So that when we go into the curriculum, it's done in a 5 or 6 hour period, depending on the size of the curriculum and the grade. And the teachers that the orientation, our volunteer base is primarily financial institution people from banks, financial institutions, but we also have like Microsoft, Intuit, that bring 50 people to volunteer. So there's 2 ways that we do it, and the best way that we like to do it is 1 hour a week for a 5 or 6 week period. So the kids get to know the instructor, and there's a relationship, and they have really a better memory of the coursework. When we go into the rurals, a lot of times we do what we call JA in a day, where we will take literally 23 to 25 volunteers in one day, bust them out into the rurals, and we take over the school for the whole day, and they get the 5 hour, 6 hour curriculum all in one day, which isn't near as good as what we do in a 5 hour period where we get that relationship development. But we have to do what we have to do. When we went through the pandemic, we did it all online. We literally taught classes online. So, but that curriculum, it stays relevant to the time frame of our economy and what's going on, so that kids have a better understanding. And as we talked about, it starts out with just the simple things like the difference between want and needs. And let me tell you, go to a school that's at poverty level or below, and go to maybe a more affluent school, and you will see and learn a lot about the difference in wants and needs and what kids perceive that to be. So there's a great learning experience in that. So that's how the curriculum works.
I think that's fantastic, and I love your mission of financial literacy for children. This is something that we cannot emphasize enough, and I personally think it is brilliant for young children to hear from someone outside of their parents that this magic box isn't just giving me money, that this is money that we've earned, what a check means. I think that this is incredible, and really financial literacy is one of the foundations that our citizenry is based on. So I think that you're delivering an incredibly important service in your education. Thank you.
And an interesting statistic, the junior corporate office in Colorado Springs does research with students. 33% of the students end up in the field of their J instructor. 33% end up in that field because of the impression that was made upon them in that time frame. So it's pretty interesting.
I think that's totally true. because Mr. Pete, opened up his own construction company, and he was sharing that with them because he was an entrepreneur, and we were learning about that word. And by the end, it was they changed from being wanting to be a firefighter or a police officer to change to want to be a construction guy. And it was really cute. So it was just
Well,
awesome.
and the value is that even if you're not going into private business, everyone needs to be an entrepreneur of their own life. I mean, you need to understand, you know what, I mean, I had a daughter go to college. The first thing she did was went to the bookstore and they gave her a card, free card, that cost her 29% that Dad had to take care of after, but she didn't know any better, you know, and so there's things that we have to, you know, for our kids to understand how money works and where the value is, and no matter what you're doing in life, there's got to be a savings, there's got to be understanding of spending, and I think that's why we have so many people from the financial institutions so willing to teach in these classes, because they see it every day. You know, they see it in the banks with bank accounts and people being deficient in all of these kinds of things. So this is an awareness that kids have to understand. And the great thing about BizTown, it's not just sitting in a classroom and learning about it. You're going through it. So it's something you're going to remember for the rest of your life, you know, that's going to really play a great role in your future.
Thank you so much. That is incredible. And as promised, I am going to go to Trustee Adam Mayberry for first comments.
Thank you, Madam President. It's great to see both of you. Mrs. Lambert. I have a little bit of a history with Mrs. Lambert and her husband with me. She's an amazing mother of two talented children. I was there when you got your award in 2022. Years ago, I was a JA volunteer as well. I mean, it was a long time ago. And I mean this, I had a full head of hair. That's how long ago it was. But the program was called Success Skills, and I don't know if that exists anymore. It gave high school students kind of the ability to learn how to write a resume, interview skills, talk to just a lot about their future and identifying, you know, what they want to be when they grow up, when they graduate, you know, how to apply for colleges. And in fact, some of those students still keep in touch with me today. Honestly, they've grown up and they've had their own families. Yeah, I know, it's a wonderful program. And I won't echo any more to what President Smith said about the value of literacy, financial literacy, and that real world experience sometimes is more valuable than sort of the academic, you know, the experience that you get in a classroom. So the BizTown is extremely exciting. Let me ask you this. Where's the land at? I'm curious.
It's on Prototype Drive right now, the land that we're looking at. Oh, the light for this, the land for Sparks is on Clear Acre. They're buying 47 acres of land for low-cost housing. Oh. They're combining with the city of Reno and working on that project.
That's where BizTown would be.
That's where it would be.
Well, Lynn, if anybody could do it, it will be you, with your experience and your relationships that you have in this community. So good luck to you.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, and don't forget to tell everybody else that too.
Thank you.
Any other colleagues have any thoughts? Jared.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank
you so much. Thank you. Well, that was wonderful. I love hearing from our education partners that are coming into our schools and helping us with our mission for education. So I think that this is amazing. Thank you so much for being with us. All right, that closes item 3.01, and now we will move on to item 3.02. This is an item for Poston. It is the approval and adoption of a memorandum of agreement to extend the negotiated agreement between the Washoe County School District, WCSD, and the Washoe County School Police Officers Association, WCSPOA, or WSCPOA, for an additional term of agreement from 2024 to 2025. And as I mentioned, this is an item for possible action. We welcome up our Chief Talent Officer, Dr. Christina Mason, our General Counsel, Kevin Pick, and we do have a guest with us here, Megan Little, our Officer of the School Police and Vice President of the Washoe County School Police Officers Association. Thank you for being here.
Our pleasure. Greetings, board members, Superintendent Enfield, and public. I am Christina Mason. I have the honor of coming to work every day in the Washoe County School District and serving our community and our stakeholders as the Chief Talent Officer. And with me is...
Hi, good afternoon. Kevin Pick, District's Labor and Employment General Counsel.
Today we are going to walk you through the points, salient points of this tentative agreement. Go to the next slide. All right. So, in line with our Washoe County School District promise of knowing our students by name, strength, and need, through these CBAs, this is a way that we meet the needs of our employees and our Washoe County family. And so I would like to start off first by thanking very exuberantly Detective Diamond as the president of the Washoe County School Police Officers Association, Neil Rombardo, our chief general counsel, Kevin Pick, labor and employment counsel, and Chief Mark Mathers, our chief financial officer. They were instrumental in helping to pen this agreement, of which Mr. Pick will walk you through. For the public wanting to just make sure we're all grounded in the same common vocabulary when we talk through these things. So what is a collective bargaining agreement? It represents hours and hours of negotiation and talking and collaboration and creative thinking. But it really truly is, it is a written legal document that helps to solidify the relationship between employer and employee for those represented by a collective bargaining agreement. And so in this case, we are talking about our school police officers. I would also say before we get into the nuts and bolts is that these conversations oftentimes take a long time. There's a lot of give and take, but our school police officer colleagues were very receptive and we're working very collaboratively. So Mr. Pick, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chief Mason, and thank you, President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, and the board. Kevin Pick for the record. Now, what we're starting off here with is a summary of the agreement. Now, school police had a 3-year agreement running from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2024. Now, we approached them with the idea of doing a limited reopening so that school police could take advantage of the SB 231 money and so that they would receive the same COLAs being afforded to other bargaining groups here at the district. And so the district would receive an extension on the CBA, a 1-year extension. So the result was we created a 2-year agreement that's before you. We essentially took the last year of the 3-year agreement, rolled it over into a new agreement, and then extended it by a year to create a 2-year agreement. The new CBA covers July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2025, and provides significant compensation increases to our school police officers. And now school police, as a result of this agreement, would be able to access SB 231 money, which they would not have been able to do this year otherwise.
And Mr. Pick, I'm going to just pause on that so that that can be really clear for anyone who's watching. If we had not reopened early, then our school police, although they qualify for SB 231, they would have not received that funding for this school year. And so I'm particularly glad that we did that. But just as a point of kind of crystallizing that, although they were included in the language for SB 231, they wouldn't have received it for this year.
That's correct, President Smith. And we've received guidance from the Legislative Counsel Bureau on that it would be for newly negotiated agreements, and so their existing agreement would not have counted towards that, and they would have had to wait until a new agreement was reached at the end of this upcoming school year. So, going on to the next slide, you can see...
if we could just pause really quick.
Thank you, Madam President. Can we go back to that?
Sure.
All right, so I know I'm an Army guy, but looking at doing the math, shouldn't that be 21.2% pay raise? 13.2 with the 4% matching COLA, 2% next year, and matching? Or am I missing something?
The 4%, Kevin Pick for the record, the 4% attained from year 1 to year 2, it's not 8% in total.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, and so that 4% in year 1 is maintained.
I think this might also be a good point of clarification because they did have 1 year left with a cost of living adjustment that was rolled into this year. So I think that that might be where the numbers are with that. Okay, no, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So more specific on the COLA here. So it's a 13.2% COLA on 2% in year two. The year one COLA is retroactive to July 1st, 2023, and the retroactive portion is minus the 2% COLA that school police had already been receiving and already received under previous negotiated agreement, which is now this negotiated agreement. So.
Okay.
On SB 231, I've mentioned SB 231 a few times, and so there's clarification on it too. SB 231 is a fund created by the state during the last session that provides a limited amount of matching funds for new salary increases. And the max match under SB 231 is approximately 4%. Because of this new CBA, we were able to apply for the max match under SB 231, which is again is the approximate 4%. School police will apply for, and they will receive approximately 4% from SB 231 in year one, and that match is then continued into year two. So on this, I'd like to, again, extend special thanks to Detective Eric Diamond, who worked with Chief Lombardo, Chief Matlers, and myself to get to this point. It's really a symbol of what a productive, collaborative relationship we have with them, and that we know we will have going forward. I'd also like to thank the WCSPOA board, President Diamond, Vice President Megan Lytle, Secretary Jeff Horeca, Treasurer Michael Foreman, Sergeant-at-Arms Jesus Gomez, and all of their members. So thank you.
And now I think we would like to welcome up Vice President Megan Lytle, and she is the Vice President of the Washoe County School Police Officers Association. This is a partnership. Did they tell you? Well, you were told about this beforehand, right?
Yes, she wanted me.
Surprise!
Very unaccustomed to being right here. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. My name is Megan Lytle. I am the Vice President of the Washoe County School Police Officers Association, aptly known as WCSPOA. Today, on behalf of the members of WCSPOA, I'd like to express sincere gratitude to the district's willingness to enter into this agreement. This effort, we know, resulted in an impactful increase to school police wages and offers a degree of financial stability to our current member sergeants and officers. So thank you very, very much for having me.
I think the thank you go to you.
Thank you.
You more than earned it. And on that note, I'd like to welcome Clerk Rodriguez to say a few words as well.
Thank you, Madam President. I will say for the community out there, I don't think school police officers are fully really recognized for all the work that they do. I will say my other full-time job, I work in state law enforcement, and I've seen these officers perform over and over again in an amazing capacity. These officers, our school police officers, responded to the Reno riots, if we recall, a couple years back. It was a dark moment in our community, and everyone was called upon, and our school police officers responded to that. And I got to see them in action, and they're phenomenal. Wildland fires, they're out there helping evacuate homes and stuff like that. So they do a lot more than what people really realize, and they truly are specialized law enforcement. And I'll just honestly say I'll go through any door with these officers. So I want to thank you guys for what you do, and I'm happy to be part of this. And I just can't thank you guys enough. So really thank you guys.
Do any of my colleagues, so this is an item for action, so we will be taking public comment. Are there any questions or comments that any colleagues would like to make?
Thank you, Madam
Trustee
President.
Woodley.
I just want to state for the record that I really appreciate senior staff taking the approach that you did, because you did have to reopen an existing contract, and that's not a common. Typically, agencies will wait until the contract is over with. But I remember a while back a statement was made by Dr. Enfield, which was that we're going to do right by our staff. So I appreciate that. Thank you, and thank you to all of you.
Vice President Nicolette.
Thank you. I've said it once, twice, 3 times. I'll say it again, is I've done many ride-alongs with our police officers. I am always very proud. I've done everything from go to a party with them to be in a lockdown with them. And it's all been a learning experience. And I have to say that our community, our schools, our employees, our students are truly blessed to have our own police force, and thank you.
All right, JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Very good. Are there any other thoughts? All right. I see no other lights on besides Clerk Rodriguez.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm ready to make a motion.
I'm looking at you. Hey, they have a good future on the other side of this, so I think we're all ready for you to make a motion.
So it's an honor, and I'm honored to make this motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approves and adopts a memorandum of agreement to extend negotiated agreement between the Washington County School District and the Washington County School Police Officers Association for an additional term agreement of 2023 to 2025.
I second.
Second. My mic was on.
Technically, Trustee Woodley's light was on, but we'll go ahead and we have a motion from Clerk Rodriguez. We have a second by Vice President Nicolette. Are there any comments from other trustees before we move to a vote? And as a heads up, we will be taking a photo, so don't go too far. All right, everyone. For all those in favor of this motion, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. Great job. All right, everyone. That closes item 3.02, and now we'll move on to item 3.03. This is our quality of education presentation, part of our ongoing series. This is a review of Strategic Plan Goal 3, Safety and Belonging, and key strategies used to improve student learning outcomes and to fulfill this goal. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. And we have here in front of us our presenters, Dr. Paul Lamarca, our Chief Student and Family Supports Officer. But before we move on to that, we are going to be providing an update on the quality of education to include a school spotlight on Billinghurst Middle School. And we have Principal Jason Maddock here with us, along with members of the Billinghurst team. And I'd like to invite all of you representing Team Billinghurst to please stand so we can see you out there. And the family, thank you. And we also have some very special guests in front of us too. And then for that, I will ask Chief of Continuous Improvement Officer Joe Ernst to kick us off and to introduce the very important guests we have in front of us here.
Wonderful. Thank you, President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, members of the board, Joe Ernst, Chief Continuous Improvement Officer. We are here today to talk about quality of education. This is our second presentation on quality of education. Today we're going to center it against safety and belonging of our students. As we move into that, we want to continue to be aware of the promise that we are making to our students, to our staff, and to our community. And that is making sure that we know every one of our students by name, strength, and need. And we'll continue to do that in partnership with our families and with our community. So with that, embodying that living promise, it's my pleasure to introduce Charisma Dowell and Principal Jason Maddock from Billinghurst Middle School.
Thank you, Mr. Ernst. President, Superintendent, Board members, thanks for having us here today. I'm not going to steal the spotlight because it is not mine to steal. With me, next to me is a teammate of mine, an absolute rock star, dynamite child, beautiful daughter, beautiful sibling to her brothers and sisters, just an outstanding student, and paralleling the district's every child's name, strengths and needs. We also share stories at Billinghurst, and you'll hear more on that later. And her story is just one of beauty and inclusiveness and all the good things that are Charisma. So without further ado, it's our 8th grade rock star Charisma who would like to address you as well.
Welcome, Charisma.
Good afternoon, Superintendents, Enfield, and board members. My name is Charisma Dowell. I'm an 8th grade student at Billinghurst Middle School. I'm a member of Vox Soror's choir, a peer tutor, and a sports enthusiast. I play lacrosse, basketball, and track. I plan to try out for the soccer and volleyball teams as well. In my spare time, I attend dance classes at Escape Dance Studio, and I perform music with my dad. I am an avid 49ers fan. Brock Purdy and Deebo Samuels are my favorite players. Brock's number happens to be my birthday and favorite number. I come from a mixed family. My mother is Mexican-American and my father is African-American. I have 5 siblings, 4 older brothers and 1 older sister. I have an 8-year-old niece and another niece or nephew on the way. I like being an aunt because it makes me feel like I'm an older sister even though I'm the youngest. I like that my entire family is diversified and blended, but we're all very close with each other. I enjoy going to Billinghurst very much. Everyone knows each other and is very helpful, so it feels like one big community. My favorite thing about the staff is that they recognize all of their students and have close relationships with them, which makes us feel at home and like a big family. I've had a very positive experience. My experience at Billinghurst has been filled with inspiration. All of the students are very friendly and treated equally. Each staff member and teachers have a caring relationship with every student. My 6th grade teacher was Mrs. Pinelli. I brought her with my family today.
If we could take this opportunity, Miss Jill Pinelli is with us from Billinghurst, her 6th grade teacher.
I was very nervous, but she made my first day of middle school very enjoyable. She is one of my favorite people that I know. She is very loving and a caring person. She is an amazing teacher who is an even better mother. Mrs. Pinelli taught me how to stay true to myself and keep pursuing my dreams. Though I'm in 8th grade and preparing for high school, Mrs. Pinelli and I are still very close, and I hope to maintain that relationship with her and the rest of the Pinelli family as I get older. I feel that because of the welcoming environment of Billinghurst, I was able to meet someone who had such a huge impact on my life. I don't know if that would be the case if I were at any other school. Billinghurst gives their students many opportunities to take part in fun events they hold every year, like the color run, dances, and my personal favorite, the lip sync battle. Billinghurst is a very special school because no student or staff is left out. Everybody knows everybody, and everyone is very accepting to both new students and staff. I cannot wait for new generations of bighorns and attend Billinghurst and experience everything I've gotten to be a part of these past 3 years.
That is wonderful, Charisma. I am going to turn it over to Superintendent Enfield in just a moment, but I want to say thank you for your story, and I was very moved to hear you describe Ms. Pinelli, because as we know, when our students have an adult who's cheering for them in their schools, we see better outcomes. and so the reflection of her love shines on you. And on that note, I will open it up to Superintendent Enfield for an exciting award.
Thank you, President Smith. So I know that we all look forward to honoring our student superstars at these meetings. And Charisma, I'm going to read this award to you, and then we're actually going to take a photo. The entire family is also welcome to be in these photos because it's clear that they're very, very proud of you, as are we. And so we give our WCSD Student Superstar Awards once or twice a month here. And so there's 60,000 students in this district. And there's only one right now who's getting this award. So just know we're proud of you. You mentioned in your spare time, after listening to what you do, I don't know when you have spare time. So I'm not going to complain about how busy I am anymore. Oh. So our WCSD Student Superstar Award is proudly presented to Charisma Dowell in recognition for your outstanding contributions to your school and our community. We honor you as a WCSD Student Superstar. Let's give her a hand.
That was wonderful. All right. So before we continue, and I will acknowledge the wonderful people that are sitting in front of me, I just want to say that hearing Charisma talk about Mrs. Pinelli is such clarity of purpose for why we do what we do. Our future is Charisma. The people making it happen are Mrs. Pinelli, and that's why I am so proud to be a member of this school district, and I am just thrilled to wait and see what Charisma's future holds. So she'll be back here sitting in this seat, I'm sure. Yep. And so now in front of us we have Dr. Paul Lamarca, Chief Ernst, and also Dr. Davidson to walk us through the next portion of this presentation. And a couple housekeeping notes. Although this will not be as long as the quality of education we reported in the last meeting, we do have a lot to cover. So what I will do is at certain points in the present, I will call for questions along the way. So we don't have to wait all the way to the end. We will have portions we'll be able to ask questions along the way, and we'll let them get through some of the data-heavy portions. So I'll make sure to pause for that and allow plenty of opportunity for discussion. And there will, of course, also be discussion at the end. Now, this is not an item for action, so this is a public comment item. And on that note, I'll turn it over to the team.
Thank you, President Smith. Superintendent Enfield, members of the board, it is a pleasure to be here. My name is Ernst. I'm the Chief Continuous Improvement Officer, and I'm also joined alongside Dr. Laura Davidson and Dr. Paul Lamarca. And before we get going, as all of you mentioned, that's a pretty tough act to follow when we get to come after charisma. But Trustee Smith, I could not have said it better. That grounds us in our purpose. And I think it serves as a reminder to us as we start to look through data that every one of those data that is up there is a student in our school district. And so when we look at that data, I think it's important that we ground ourselves in that understanding as well. So with that in mind, we are going to go ahead and dive into the data portion of our safety and belonging presentation. What we'll do is we'll begin with an overview of the results to kind of get an understanding. The Student Climate Survey represents one of the largest student voice efforts in our districts and speaks to the strengths and challenges over 25,000 students in our district face in our schools. The survey is administered in 5th through 12th grade in the fall. In fact, we just opened up our survey yesterday. It's a state requirement that schools use this data in their school performance plan. Research on the importance of climate is definitive. Students who experience better school climate have improved academic outcomes, attendance, and behavior. Our survey was largely developed internally to align to research best practices over 12 years ago. So we've been doing this survey for 12 years. It's comprised of two parts. The first half asks students questions about the climate of their school, and the second half asks students about their social and emotional competencies. So as we look at our first slide, again, you can see in front of you 1920, 21-22, and 22-23 data. We move from left to right. And it is probably important to note that all of the data represents the percentage of students who respond favorably on the question. So higher numbers are better, because there's a little bit with the Boolean one that might throw a curveball at you. So I just want you to all kind of know that as we're moving through. What you see is that we had stable pre-1920 and post-pandemic, with the exception of bullying, in which students are reporting more bullying issues in their school. What you also see up here is you can see that we had nearly 26,000 students participate. And we know it's important. We work with the Office of Teaching, Leading, and Learning, our Associate Chiefs, Dr. Troy Parks, to ensure that we're pushing to get 75% participation rate from all of our students, because we know the better the sample, the more accurate that data will be for us to drive improvement. The next slide here gives you a sense of the ways that student climate is one way to help assess the sense of belonging. And you can see, moving from left to right, that you can see the areas where we have 91% of our elementary students say that their teachers care about them. Okay, that's a really strong something. And then we move from left to right. And you can continue to see the light blue bar really representative of elementary school. And then what you can also notice here is that student sense of belonging is higher in elementary school, but it declines a bit in middle and in high school. And again, gives us plenty to kind of think about as we're looking going forward to continue to spend our efforts around Goal 3, safety and belonging. Here, there's a lot here on this slide. I think really the short of the slide is that what you can see when we disaggregate by population and program, you can see that Asian groups have typically more positive perceptions of climate. Our African American students have less positive, and as I've mentioned before, elementary students more positive about their school climate experience. We'll go ahead and dive into the social emotional competencies. And you can see, again, moving from left to right, left shows the area where students feel more proficient, that they are better in those areas. And as they move to the right, areas where they don't feel that same level of proficiency around that competency. And so there's 8 domains, and you'll notice that they align closely with many skills we feature in our profile of a learner. So when we look at how we grounded our strategic plan, it's grounded in that profile of a learner, and these competencies really sit within the profile of a learner. First, you can see it's really relatively stable across time, but large differences in which students say are easy or hard for them. In general, students on the left, or skills on the left, are easier for students to do, and skills on the right are harder, as I've mentioned. Students say managing their goals, schoolwork, and emotion are skills that are hardest for them to do in general. Again, I think we can look at self-management of schoolwork, and we can just kind of break that down. Intuitively, I think most of us would lean into that as educators. The better we explicitly teach our students how to manage the school experience through homework, organizational tactics, term deadlines, long-term deadlines, pacing themselves out on assignments, that the better they're going to achieve the outcomes we want them to achieve. And I think the data aligns up with some of that intuition. Again, you can look in here and you can see, again, broken up by population and by program. And again, I think what we can see here is the competencies really kind of mirror some of the academic outcomes that we shared in the last presentation. So again, what you have in front of you are goal management, managing schoolwork, and emotion management. And these are the harder areas for our students. And so it's important to pay attention to those. Students rate their ability to be socially aware and make responsible decisions and be aware of their strengths and challenges as easiest to do. So you go back and you can see that social awareness over here. And then as you go forward, you can see that the emotional management is more difficult for our students. And so, again, this is just good information. High schoolers rate their social and emotional competencies more highly than elementary school students do, and I think that's really developmentally appropriate when we look at students becoming more self-aware as they advance through school. Students receiving EL services are rating a little bit lower on most areas compared to other groups. And so again, I think it's always an important reminder when we're looking at data, one, to remember that behind every data point is a student, just like Charisma, who was sitting before us earlier, and two, so that we are aware of where we see disproportionalities, and when we see those, we're able to proactively address those.
Thank you, President Smith. Could you go back to, sorry, thank you, Joe. I think that last bullet, female students generally rate their skills lower than males, is of particular interest to me and worth delving into, knowing that too often our girls, as they are going through school and life, aren't equipped with the same confidence and opportunities, perhaps, or without the confidence to seize the opportunities that their male counterparts might feel. So I think that's worth our having a conversation about what we can do to use this data to maybe have conversations and create more opportunities for our female students to gain that confidence. We know they have the skills. We just need to help them with the confidence.
Yeah. Very much appreciate you pointing that out, Dr. Enfield. Thank you. So with that in mind, we'll go ahead and now dive into, as previewed in our last presentation, some of the absenteeism data that we talked a little bit with you about.
Thank you. For the record, Dr. Laura Davidson, Director of Research and Evaluation. So as we hinted last time, we were going to bring back some of the chronic absenteeism data and delve into it a little bit more deeply. I think it's also very worth mentioning that we chose to present chronic absenteeism against school climate because they're inextricably linked. Students, there's plenty of research nationally and within our own district that students are far more likely to attend school if they feel cared about, if they feel safe, if they feel excited about what they're learning. So when we go through this data, you'll very quickly notice parallel patterns in the school climate data and which students feel safe and comfortable and welcome on our campuses and which students are attending school. So there is not a news article in the country or world right now that is not talking about chronic absenteeism in our schools. We are experiencing unprecedented challenges with absenteeism. Attendance Works estimated that we have 3 times the rates of chronic absenteeism nationally post compared to pre-pandemic. So we are all facing very, very similar challenges. So within our context, you can see for 18-19, our pre-pandemic performance for chronic absenteeism was 17%. During the distance learning and hybrid year, that shot up to 39%. And that is possibly underinflated that year because it was so difficult to track attendance for students who were not physically on campus. That has returned down to a level of 24% the next year, but then we are moving in an unfavorable direction again last year with an increase in chronic absenteeism of 4 percentage points over last year. And nearly every race, ethnicity, and special population group increased their absenteeism. I think it's very worth mentioning that the impact was felt hardest in the secondary levels. So you can see here our chronic absenteeism by grade level, and you can see those gray bars were that distance learning hybrid year. So although in secondary we had higher rates of chronic absenteeism pre-pandemic, they really were hit hard post-pandemic and have stayed level there. It's almost a perfect stepwise progression in absenteeism up to 12th grade, where we have nearly half of our students chronically absent. One question we had last time was how come with these chronic absenteeism levels it doesn't feel like our buildings are completely empty, right? And so the other measure that we like to bring in around attendance is average daily attendance. So that's 92.6% for last year. So what that measure tells us is during the first 100 days of instruction on any given day, how many students are in our building. So last year it was 92.6, meaning that we had about 7.5% of our students out on any given day. So just to put that in context, at the peak of Omicron, which we had one of the worst absenteeism days in history, reached 20% students gone on a single day. So we're actually very happy to see it back down to 7.5%, but certainly as close to zero as we can get. We know our strategies are far more likely to impact our students when they're in our buildings. There was also a request to show our absenteeism rates across the state, so we've featured that here. These are from Nevada Report Card, and you can see Washoe with 31%, so we have a slightly lower chronic absenteeism rate than the rest of the state and some of our larger counterparts from throughout the state. I do think it's worth mentioning here, because it's come up a few times, the difference between what's on Nevada Report Card versus the 28% that I showed just 2 slides ago. So we are federally held and state held to certain business rules for different reports. The state provides them to us and we follow them, and they're audited and validated extensively. So, but each report serves a little bit of a different purpose. So the one on Nevada Report Card uses the federal definition of chronic absenteeism, which doesn't include any of those exemptions we hinted at last time, like if a child brings in a note from their doctor, that absence is excused. So that's a Nevada business rule that they tell us to use, and that's what is used for our star rating, which is what we reported 2 slides ago. The Nevada Report Card also includes district charters in our rate. We tend to take those out just because we don't have as much control over some of the policies and practices and budgets and interventions that are district charters, so we typically don't include those on the prior slide 2 slides ago. So that's some of the reasons why these numbers may differ, but they serve different purposes, and they're all mandated by law or by the federal government. Okay, there is extensive research about the importance of chronic absenteeism in positive academic outcomes for students. Those are mirrored closely within our district. So this slide is looking at proficiency rates for students who are chronically absent, those who are not. So you can see that students who are not chronically absent have double the proficiency rates of students who were chronically absent. That really compounds in math in middle school in particular, where only 9% of students who were chronically absent last year were proficient in math. And just to not put too much of a fine point on it, but looking at our graduation rates, very similar. So this slide here is looking at all the students that in the 2023 cohort for graduation had all 4 years of their high school career. So we had an opportunity to intervene for 4 years with these students. And you can see on the far left, if students were never chronically absent during high school, we graduated nearly every single one of them. Versus on the far right, the students who we had them for 4 years, but they were chronically absent every single year of high school. We only had about a 50-50 chance of graduating them. So again, you can see with very high rates of chronic absenteeism in high school in particular, we have pretty high rates of graduation even with students who have 1 or 2 years of chronic absence. But once we have those multiple years of absenteeism, it becomes very, very difficult to have students walk those stages.
Thank you, President. Laura, I just have a quick question. I know that a question that some in the public may have, and I think I know the answer, but you know better than I. So obviously that 54% is unacceptably low, but we understand the factors there. Explain, though, how, even being chronically absent, I could still graduate.
Yeah, so there are no defined consequences for students who are chronically absent. It can be used as a factor in a grade, but it is not a determinant of whether a student earns credit. It certainly makes the job of educators much, much harder when students are absent. I think especially during the distance learning and hybrid years, teachers got very good at figuring out how to catch students up by sending home homework, by intervening. We have much more access to makeup work and devices that allow for makeup. We have summer school, we have tutoring, but we would not probably need as many of those interventions if we had students learning in classrooms every single day. Okay, with that, happy to take any questions about any of the data before I turn it over to Dr. LaMarca for strategies.
Yeah, we do have some questions. Thank you so much. A few questions from me. Can you clarify which ages for elementary school take the climate survey?
Sure. So we start in 5th grade, and that's the lowest that we do, up to 12th grade for high school. We do offer an optional climate survey for some elementary schools who would like to assess students in younger grade levels, but it is optional, but it's a little easier reading level.
Thank you. So as a follow-up on slide 8, which talks about the reports that we're getting in, and I appreciate you calling out the oddness of that bullying chart. So something that I observe is that we know that, we're seeing challenges with student behavior. We see the students reporting an increase in bullying. Yet their self-evaluations seem to indicate a higher self-perception of a lot of these things, yet they as a peer group are reporting increased bullying. And so I want to bring attention to that and ask how we evolve our social emotional learning, so that's our SEL learning, to kind of bridge that gap, because we hear them reporting increased experiences of bullying, yet they're giving themselves pretty high marks in a lot of these areas. So there's clearly a disconnect here.
For sure. I think we talk a lot about part of why we see students reporting their social and emotional competencies as higher when they get older is they're more aware of what they know. As especially younger elementary school students, it's difficult for them to assess their self-awareness and their own skills, just because that's a developing skill for them. So I think that is something that grows over time. And then the bullying questions themselves ask about whether bullying is an issue at school, not if the bullying is an issue for them specifically. But it does mirror an increase in reported bullying that we see in some of our behavior data as well. So we weren't surprised to see the increase in the unfavorable direction of bullying this year.
I appreciate that, and it also underscores the importance of social emotional learning, because you have to learn about those behaviors and then understand what other people are experiencing with the way that you behave, and then also the way you perceive others. So I appreciate that. I have a few other thoughts, but I'll go ahead and I'll open it up to some of my colleagues. Oh, and Trustee Church, I see you there. So I'm going to start off with Trustee Mayberry, and then I'll go to Trustee Church, and then Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. Good to see you. The question I have, and I submitted this question in writing earlier too, but I kind of want to do a little deeper dive on it and bring it out, kind of daylight it, and that is going back to the notion of the chronic absenteeism and parent responsibilities. I visited one of our middle schools last week, and the principal flat out told me, Adam, I can't force mom or dad to get, my student, my child to school. Can you tell us, are there consequences, legal consequences for parents and students for that matter when it comes to truancy, when it comes to not school?
I see I've been handed the mic.
Welcome to the conversation,
Sorry.
Dr. Lamarca.
Thank you for the question. For the record, Paul
Sure.
Lamarca, Chief Student Family Supports Officer. We are going to talk a little bit about some of the strategies we do use to strengthen parent partnerships around this, but the short answer is yes. There is, we can cite students for truancy if they have been cited for 3 times. We typically don't do that until after they have sat through what we call a student attendance review board hearing. There aren't consequences specifically for parents. I mean, there are times when we will work with Human Services Agency around what we might perceive as educational neglect, but that is not our purview to sanction, for lack of a better word, of family. That would be something that would be handled through the Human Services Agency.
Child neglect is one thing, but having a child safe at home with mom and dad, and they're safe, but yet they're still not going to school. I mean, at the end of the day, it's sort of a double-edged sword. Are there any repercussions?
Not from the school district. There aren't any repercussions from the school district, and I think you are getting at a very important point. And we call it educational neglect. We think kids need to be in school. We need to partner with families to do that. We do think that the best ways to enable that is to work with families, to identify what the barriers are to attendance, what are some of the family stressors that might be sort of perceived, at least by a family, as more important right now than a child's education. Sure. And part of that is to help parents understand, sometimes very young parents and parents dealing with a lot of their own stressors, that education is the #1 protective factor for kids as they grow older. So it is a real issue, and there are limited remedies, at least from a kind of a justice perspective.
Don't sugarcoat it. I mean, at the end of the day, fundamentally, we can't force that child, to go to school. I mean, that's the bottom line. I want to ask you a little. President Smith talked about bullying. Thank you for that. I think I had my question addressed. Slide 12 talks about, again, I just want to clarify this. Last bullet point, average daily attendance from the first 100 days of school this year indicates 7.4% of students are absent on any given day, 7.4% of students, not 40, 50%, like some of the narrative there, right? And then finally, it's a 24% to 28% increase, and I didn't take very good notes here. Where did I see that? My apologies. I may have to come back to that, Madam President.
That's okay. I mean, I think we can start with that first question that you had about the daily absenteeism, and not this idea that we hear that the schools are like mostly empty with the lights off during the day.
Right.
Correct, yeah. That's why it's important to bring in multiple measures. Chronic absenteeism, again, just to calibrate on what that is students missing 10% or more of their instructional days. So in a 180-day school year, that equates to about 2 days a month. They're not all taken on the same day usually, so that's why you wouldn't notice it, apparently, if you're walking through the hallways.
Did you want me to come back to you? I'm more than happy to come back to Trustee Mayberry, or if you have that thought.
I do have it now. Okay. Thank you. Be real quick. Thank you very much for that, Madam President. Now, this is slide 11. 24%. And again, I just want to clarify this: 24% with an increase of 28%. Washoe County School District on the left, but that 28% is it's only the first part of this year, or is that's last year? That's the last count. Okay.
Last year, yeah.
Okay. Can you? So we're moving in the wrong direction, and can you find any basis of attribution for that?
Not immediately, and it does differ a little bit than what the rest of the state saw. So there was recently an article about that, that some of our counterparts throughout the state in the state of Nevada improved absenteeism this year. So ours is a little bit of an anomaly for the state. I think some of our climate survey data parallels some of it when students don't necessarily feel safe. When we hear anecdotally some of the reasons, it's habits that have been learned during the distance learning year that we're working to correct. Mental health is a huge challenge for students and can often be a barrier to getting to school. Illness continues to be a challenge. For students, we still have COVID going on, so students just are out sick more. So still lots of reasons, none specific unless you want to add any guesses.
Yeah, it would be a guess. I would suggest that there's danger in looking at chronic absenteeism sort of in an insular fashion. We know last year was very difficult with behavior. And so maybe there were times when a student didn't want to go to school because of issues related to behavior. It is an anomaly. I will say, and I don't have that data ready, I should, and I apologize for that. We did share some information with APs and deans last week and with principals this week. Right now, this school year to date, we're trending pretty well with chronic absenteeism. If we were to maintain, we would see a decline, and so we're working hard, but we're early in the year.
Thank you. Trustee Church, before I go to you, I would like to formally welcome to the meeting our student representative, Arabelle Deason. So we hope that your test went well. Trustee Church. Oh, sorry.
I'm so sorry. Thank you.
And welcome. Dr. Lamarca kind of alluded to that. When I go to some of these meetings with the kids, I'm hearing more and more stories about kids being absent, not because they want to be, but because they're afraid of their safety. Can you comment on that? In other words, when I think of a truant or a kid not going, I think, well, he's playing hooky because he's going fishing or just hanging out with his buddies. But we're seeing some kids that want to be there but are afraid for their safety. Can you comment on that?
Since you used my name, I will comment. So thank you for the question, Mr. Church. All I can say, again, that was kind of armchair quarterbacking a moment ago. But if you do look at the data slide, we did see a decrease in perceptions of safety by 2% in the most recent year. So I do think there is probably some association between student behavior and chronic absenteeism. And we will share data with you, not tonight, that demonstrates some of those correlations.
The next question, is it up there? Did I miss it on 12th grade or high school? I know Dr. Davidson commented at the last meeting. What are we looking at the high school or 12th grade?
Yeah, so chronic absenteeism is much higher in high school. As we mentioned on that slide, when they reach grade year, about 49% of our 12th graders are chronically absent.
Oh, wow. Okay, the next question. When we talk about chronic absenteeism, say at high school, and I've been to some of the high schools and I see kids playing football in the parking lot. What constitutes attendance? In other words, they check in the morning. Is there some attendance in the morning? Then they don't show up at all their classes. I've had teachers say, if I get 10 students, I'm happy out of 20. I mean, how do we actually classify that by class?
But before we answer, I just want to clarify. So you've been to high schools where there's children just playing football during the school day? Out in the parking lots?
Correct.
Okay, I would definitely say when you see that, let's please raise that up with the superintendent or whomever appropriate. Same with any, we always encourage, and teachers can be anonymous, absolutely, but if we have teachers that are grateful to have even 10 of their children, and I hear how large the classes are in high schools, like let's definitely raise that up because we should be paying attention to that. And then I'll let you answer. Thank you.
On that real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess what I'd like to do is call out the high school teachers and staff and tell me if I'm wrong. Yeah, definitely. Because I'm not an expert. I show up once in a while. Maybe the kids are on an authorized break because they don't have class that period. But I'd love to hear from the WEA or teachers or staff on whether that statement is accurate or not. So, yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Let me try to respond just very briefly. We, at the high school level, at the middle school level, we take attendance on a per class basis. So if a student were to arrive at 8 a.m. and then proceed to not go to any class, they would be marked absent for every class. We did see with the pandemic a kind of a weird phenomenon where students were kind of loitering at school. So they wanted to be in the school environment, but for whatever reasons they weren't going to class. We began using a code called OCOC, on campus, out of class, which is an absence, just to track that. So we do it on a period by period basis. For elementary school, it's a half day basis.
I would like to add. I'm so sorry, Trustee Church, if I may. As a parent of students in the school district, I can tell you that any parent that has Infinite Campus, which is something that's available to every parent and guardian, you can have alerts set up on now. A parent has to download this app and you have to authorize the notifications, but I get an alert every single time any of my students are not in one of their classes or in school that day. So I just want to plug that this information is available in real time for all parents and guardians in our district. So sorry, Trustee Church, keep going.
Thank you. So one more, I have some comments too, but back to that question. So the kid attends most of his class, but he doesn't go to math, doesn't like math, doesn't go to English. How is he considered not chronically absent because he went to most of them?
We do have some rules when we're looking at absences overall. So, there's a lot of kids who, for example, will miss the last period of the day because they have a dental appointment. So one period of a day is not going to add up to a full day of missed instruction. We tend to use half days and full days. So there are some exceptions to this. But again, I do think chronic absenteeism is a real issue. Every time a student is missing from school, they're missing important instruction. There are sometimes good reasons for kids not to be in school. If they're sick, we need them to stay home. If they have appointments, they need to be able to attend appointments. They're still missing instruction, and we still need to catch them up. So it's very definitely a critical issue. But I think, as was pointed out, the average daily attendance is also a very important indicator, and roughly 93% of our kids are in school on a daily basis.
Then a comment, if I might. Just, maybe a month or so, 2 months ago, we gave, right before September, so around August, we had the awards where we celebrated that chronic absenteeism was down to 25%, according to the state. I was a little troubled because just weeks later, we found out it had gone up 28 to 31%, depending on what study you look at. I think the school district knew that, and I would have liked as a trustee to know that. I mean, I still celebrate that we went down, but I think as a trustee, I should have known that we were going to see it go up. And I know we had that information, so I'll pontificate on it. Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. I think, Trustee Church, I'll just be honest, whether it's 25, 28, or 31, we all agree it's unacceptably high. And we remain committed to doing everything we can to engage with our students, our families, our staff to turn that around. And we certainly didn't give any award for 25% chronic absenteeism rate. We celebrated the progress we've made in this district, which we are not going to, I always say, progress, not perfection. And on our way to greatness, we are going to celebrate those milestones along the way when we see improvement. I do, though, wonder, Dr. LaMarca, if you could speak to the legislation around being able to take mental health days and having that not count towards their chronic absenteeism. I think that's an incredibly important thing.
Sure, thank you for the question, and someone certainly could help me. I don't remember the bill title, but actually it was in the previous session, not 2023, but 2021. Our state legislature passed a law which enables a student, as long as they have the approval from a mental health professional or a medical professional, to miss days, and those would be excused. It's a good thing, we think, because there are times when kids have legitimate reasons for why they need to be out of school. One of the problems with that is all students don't have the same access to mental health professionals. So this is an issue. As a parent, I do feel that I am responsible for knowing if my child is not fit for school that particular day, and so I need to keep them home. But that is a law, and it doesn't count, as Dr. Davidson had mentioned, towards chronic absenteeism within our state, but federally it's still counted.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. And that was Senate Bill 241. And President Smith had asked me to look into that prior to this meeting, and so Dr. Keogh and I did speak. And I do think it's important because, you know, I always remain concerned from an equity perspective. The doctor's note can be an issue. However, in this case, a school nurse can provide that. A school nurse can even reach out to a family, apparently, to initiate that. So, which makes me breathe a little easier that a student doesn't necessarily need to have access to a medical professional. Our wonderful school nurses can provide that. And of course, Dr. LaMarca, you talk about the access to services, and that's where not only our fabulous counselors and staff come in, but you know, resources like Care Solace come into play as well to make that access a little bit easier.
One final comment, if I might. Again, I'm troubled by restorative credit and how that factors in. And on slide 5 of the Quality of Education PowerPoint, WCSD does not assign consequences due to attendance. And I don't know, I guess I'm old school, but I just find that very troubling.
I don't think that it's no consequences. I think that a student is not held back solely due to attendance, but I don't want to misspeak.
Yeah, that's fair. That's accurate.
Okay. All right, Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith, and thank you, panel, for being here. This is a lot of work. It's a lot of data. It's a lot of research and crunching, and I appreciate it because it helps me better understand kind of what's the climate of what's going on in the schools. And I did not see a football game in parking lot, but at one of my schools when I was there visiting, I did see number of students in areas that, I mean, anyone would know they're not supposed to be there. And I just think we have to be diligent. I called the office. I didn't intervene. I called the office. I also got a hold of Superintendent Enfield, and the office was very appreciative because as much as I just think this is an important comment, the public to understand this, is our administrators and our teachers are doing so much. We can't have eyes in every nook and corner at all times. So we have got to rely on others to bring attention to it. They cannot be running around. These campuses some of them are huge, and seeing these things. So I would just really say it's important, if we see this, call the office, be respectful, let them know where you saw it, and then it can be addressed. And it's not a punitive thing. It's important in the respect it's leading me to the next thing that I wanted to talk about, and I apologize I didn't write down screen numbers, but on the types of absence in Washoe County School District does not assign consequences due to attendance. And I get this, and I understand we don't want to hold kids for them advancing and rely on absenteeism to direct us, should they advance, should they not advance, but I'm really finding it difficult to understand how kids with chronic absenteeism and their bums are not sitting in the chairs, they're not getting the curriculum, how can they pass the curriculum to be advanced on? I mean, I think this churning, if kids are not passing the curriculum, at some point it's going to get to disillusionment with our high school students. They're going to be so behind and just disillusioned with the whole business of school. I think I really, in my heart, I think that's part of the problem why we see there's such a disconnect by the time they get to high school. They're behind, they're not reading at grade level, or they're reading so far behind. So I don't know what we can do, because I don't come from an education background, but at some point I think we have to have a stop, do not advance. We've got to get you caught up so that we're not seeing this disconnect and disillusionment by our high school students that are so behind in curriculum that it's why bother? So I have that, but I have one more, but I don't want to jump to the other one because it's different than this.
Thank you, Trustee Wesley. Let me take a stab, and I'll let my colleagues here chime in with something smarter. But I also think it's important to note that chronic absenteeism is nuanced. I think when we hear chronic absenteeism, we think it's a student who isn't passing, can't pass. And that may be true in some cases. There, though, are students who can keep up while being chronically absent, which I think says something about our antiquated school system that forces kids to go to high school for 4 years no matter what. It's a topic for another time. Sorry for the editorializing. But I really do think that we don't want to make too many assumptions about that. Now, to your point around, our students being absolutely behind and what we can do to intervene, we can and must intervene. But I think when we talk about consequences for chronic absenteeism, I think what we really want to talk about is understanding and intervention. I mean, in my past life, I actually was in a system where one of the consequences for chronic absenteeism was suspension. Think it through, friends. Okay, you don't want to come to school, I'm not going to let you come to school. So I think we really need to think about, when we say consequences, what do we mean by consequences? Because we could be exacerbating an already bad situation. So what we really need to do is get down to the reasons behind that behavior and what we can do about it. And I would open it up to you.
Thank you, Superintendent Enfield. I really do think that's the crux of where we're at. So, one, go back. Schools do work to provide intervention and follow-up with students who are chronically absent or tardy. They look to go to every toolbox, every tool in the toolbox that they can to try to reshape that behavior. So I just want to make sure that as we're working this through, that I think the question was more around what kind of legal enforcement might there be or what have you. And I think that when we're looking at it now and we see some of the limitations of enforcement, it so centers our work exactly what we're talking about today, and that is safety and belonging. The strategy is really around deepening students' sense of safety and belonging. If we think that it's going to be enforcement, while all of us, parents, educators, can have that leaning, I think what it's telling us, particularly as we looked through the data, is there are students in our system that don't have a sense of safety and don't feel that they belong. And so really the information and the way that we can use this constructively is finding and deepening ways to ensure every student feels a sense of safety and belonging. Further, we want to capitalize on student engagement. To think that students in the era and the times that we live right now are going to, there's a lot of competition for time, and there's a lot out there. It's incumbent upon us as educators and as a system to work at the engagement so that our students really want to come to school. I feel safe. I belong to this community, and this community is engaging for me. I'm going to come to school. And so I just, as we have kind of drifted in some different and important areas around attendance, I really think what it is talking to all of us about is how important safety and belonging is. And I think that's where Dr. LaMarca is going to have a chance to really kind of talk more in depth now about the strategies and the work that we're putting forth in that area.
So I appreciate that, and I want to clarify. I wasn't speaking specifically to that there needed to be consequences. I was trying to make a correlation of if we're not going to have consequences, and you explained it very well, Superintendent Enfield explained it very well, we do have things in place to try and get their bums in the seat so that they can get the curriculum and they will move on, because you got to have something. So I'm glad we've got to have something. If it's not consequences, we better have something else in our arsenal to get them engaged in the classroom, learning the curriculum, and they feel connected. So thank you. I just have one more thing, and again, I don't have the screen, but I know the title of the screen. Student climate results. When I was looking at that, going through my packet, there was very little gain, or there was a drop in rating, and I think this links back to social emotional learning, and I think we all know how important it is for kids to feel grounded, to feel safe, to not just physically safe, but emotionally safe. My question is, and this is not a condemnation, I mean, I'm just asking, are we not doing enough SEL? Are we doing too much SEL? Do we need to look at what we are doing with SEL? Because we're integrating it in a lot of things, but we're dropping, or we're staying the same. We very little gain, and it was the student climate results. I don't know what's, JJ, do you know what screen that is, honey? Because if we're doing something but we're not doing it right, or we're not doing it enough, or we're missing certain important aspects of something, we're not going to gain any ground. So I mean, I love the numbers. I do love the data, but I think we also need to look at what is contributing to this. Do we need to do it better? Do we need to do it differently? That's all I'm at. It's more of a kind of a question, and you might not have any specific answer to it, but that's alarming that we're staying the same. I mean, we're staying the same, or we've dropped a little bit.
So actually, sorry, President Smith. Thank you, President Smith. So Trustee Westlake, actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because we just had a leadership team meeting around the strategies that we're going to be attempting as part of our strategic plan. And one of those is that every school will, the expectation is to find a way to incorporate not just student voice, but student climate survey data into their decision making. So to get to your point, so we have this data, our students are telling us this. Now what do we need to be doing differently as the adults to respond to it?
That's awesome. We're going to get someplace. So thank you.
And now we have a resident expert on this dais, and that is our student representative, Arabelle Deason. So I would love to have your voice in this, followed by Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you, President Smith. I just wanted to offer something that I've noticed really big with student absenteeism. And I don't know, this is much more of a shallow reason, and I don't know if this is very prevalent in other high schools, but I know at McQueen especially, a lot of my peers will not go to class because they know that their work is not going to be, no points are going to be taken off if it's turned in late. And that is like has a big impact on when people make the decision to skip class, because they know, oh, like I'll just get the paper tomorrow and I can do it and I'll get the same exact grade as if I went to class today and I chose to participate then and do it then. So I think that's something that, and I completely understand why that is, because with COVID, it made it so that, that it was a whole situation with late work it was very different. But I think coming back from that is something that heavily impacts my peers' decision to skip class. So I just wanted to put that out there because I thought that was a really big part.
That is a very big part and very insightful. Thank you very much.
I was going to say, once again, student voice rings clear. Thank you. In an effort to move on, because we're going to get into some really good meat here, the next part of your presentation, Pillar A, I just want to comment on it up front: consistent standards, aligned curriculum and instruction. We talk about student engagement. This is what this is about, and it's about clear pathways, individualized pathways that we work on every day, and we need to get better at it. It's very complex, and so take it away. Next slide.
Thanks. In closing, I just want to bring attention to, so we talk a lot about academics and the goals that we really want to follow. And so when I look at like slides 14, for example, and I see the academic disparity in ELA and math, I mean, it's very striking. I will say that in the time I spend with my schools, and I just did a bunch of school visits last week, I did talk with a counselor who tracks attendance very closely, noticed a concerning trend, reached out to the family and found out that they had lost a consistent place to live. And so the school and the district was actually working with them on established housing and housing support. So I say that, one, I mean, it's a troubling story, but the bright spot is that I know that there are staff members reaching out to the families to try to understand the root causes of this, and we do know that those are increasing numbers. But this is and always will remain something that we cannot do on our own. We need our parents and guardians to be our partners in this. And while we can always strengthen what it is that we offer, and I look forward to this next part of the presentation, fundamentally we will always need our parents and guardians to be reaching out to us for support, being open when we reach out to them, and then also helping to get our kids to school. So on that note, Dr. Lamarca, I think you're going to take us through the next portion, and I do want everyone to know that we will be taking a break after this item before we go to item 3.04. Thank you.
So thank you very much, and I want to just set this up by saying we are going to do the similar to how we handled it on October 10th. We aren't going to go into as much detail, but I am going to try to give you a fairly comprehensive overview of some of the strategies that we are using. Not all the strategies, but some of the strategies, not only from my office, but from offices across the school district. I do want to point out, and I think a couple of our directors had to leave because of other appointments, but I get the privilege of sharing this, but we have experts that are doing this work behind us. So I do want to acknowledge that there are other people that can answer some of these important questions, and we couldn't move forward without them, so I appreciate that they are here. So we're going to go through each of the pillars to organize our thoughts, and I'm gonna selfishly spend a little bit more time on Pillar B than A, C, and D, but I will comment on A, C, and D as well. And we're going to start with Pillar A. So as Dr. Nicolette pointed out, and I believe you all know, we actually have state standards around social emotional learning. I don't know the exact date when they were adopted by the state. It's probably close to a decade now. That was driven largely by Washoe County School District work. And so I want to acknowledge Trish Schaefer's leadership around that. And we continue to do many of those things. To answer Trustee Westlake's question, we need more, better, and different. And I hope that goes without saying. But we do use standards-aligned curriculum at the elementary grade level, the middle school grade level, and the high school grade level, and we are looking to see if we can make some improvements on those materials. I will also say that it is one of the problems that we get into as a school district, and we have limited time and limited resources, is so we do SEL over here, and then we do instruction over here, or we do academics over there, and behavior sits over here. These things are all part and parcel. They go together. So in terms of integrating social emotional learning and what we would think of more core instructional practices, we lean on our signature practices. This is welcoming, so every unit, every day, every class period, we hope that kids are welcomed, they're greeted. Then we have very intentional engagement activities that connect students not only with each other and the teacher, but with the curriculum that's being taught on that particular day. And we close every day so that students have a sense of what's next. So hopefully it's an optimistic closure, but what comes next? What do we do today? What are we doing tomorrow? I will say that this also runs through all of our professional learning for adults as well. And I thank Dr. Enfield for supporting us with that. So everything we do, we use our 3 signature practices, and we haven't talked enough about that in our district. Troy, Dr. Parks, excuse me, I kind of like first names better, but Dr. Parks covered much of what we're doing within our school district on October 10th, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time. But in terms of student engagement, we do use culturally relevant instructional materials. For example, we have materials and programming specifically designed for our students who are English learners. We have programs and materials specifically designed for our students who are in special education. He talked about Ready and a host of other initiatives that we're doing to align curriculum and practice. I am going to talk a little bit more about Pillar B, selfishly, because this is a lot of what our office is involved with, and I'm going to kind of group some of this. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of our community partnerships focused on mental health support. We're going to talk about parent engagement opportunities, and specifically there I'll reference some of the things we're doing around chronic absenteeism, and then we'll talk very briefly about the other direct support to schools. So I do want to, and I'm not sure if she's still here, but Catherine Loudon leads our counseling department. Our counseling department, our social work department, we're responsible for crisis response. We're also responsible for handling safe voice, handle with care types of call. You all know, as I know, this has been a particularly difficult year, and our counseling staff carries a large burden for our school district. So that is critical strategies that we employ to keep people safe, even in the aftermath of a tragedy. We have a collaborative, an education collaborative with the family courts, with juvenile services, with human service agency that supports our students that live in foster care. We are trying to expand Hope Squad, which is a suicide prevention practice. It's a peer mentoring model, and we're starting to use that in more of our schools. I want to spend just a little bit more time on what we call signs of suicide. So as you all know, our state requires that we provide suicide prevention curriculum. And so we use, our counselors deliver this, we use the signs of suicide curriculum in grades 6, 7, and 8. We also have a collaboration with the Children's Cabinet where we use an SOS screener, signs of suicide screener, and we do that with our 7th grade students. And thank you for your support. Just a couple of meetings back on consent, you passed a very expensive item to continue that particular program. We get parent permission before we use a screener. Now, we've done that for several years. Last year, we screened over 3,200 students. About 34% of those students are at medium to high risk based on that suicide screener. As part of that process, we ask students about whether or not there is a trusted adult within the school environment that they can go to if they have a problem or a friend has a problem. And I won't go into big detail around sort of the programming, but 17% of our students indicated that they do not have a trusted adult. So when we think of an outstanding student like Charisma and what she brings, all of our students don't have that, and we need to work on that. We've done an evaluation that's going to come your way very soon, along with a quarterly review of some of our behavior data. We're not going to talk about behavior tonight unless you force me. We have shown through evaluation work that Risk based on the suicide screener, risk based on trusted adults, risk based on our early warning system are all strongly related to chronic absenteeism, to student behavior, and to academic performance. And it's compelling information, and I'm looking forward to being able to have you see that. Okay, I'm losing my place a little bit. So anyways, I do have to make sure that I acknowledge Children's Cabinet. So 34% of the 3,200 students that we screened are at medium or high risk. All those students are seen that day by a therapist to make sure that they're getting the support they need. So they are a great partner of ours. I want to talk a little bit about parent engagement opportunities. We are expanding our parent-teacher home visit program. Thank you, Dr. Enfield, for that support. We visited in the last school year about 1,300 families. That is not a chronic absenteeism strategy. It can help with chronic absenteeism, but that's not why we do that. We do that to connect with families. However, okay, so we also have our Family Action Committee that will be ongoing. We have our Parent University Catalog. We offer a ton of courses for families in a variety of areas, much of which is academically focused, but we also do some social emotional work in there. And we're building a toolkit, a safety and belonging toolkit with the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. I want to talk a little bit about chronic absenteeism. So I just mentioned that with the Parent-Teacher Home Visit Project, we visited over 1,300 homes last year. Great, and we need to continue it. We're going to double it within the next 3 years. Our staff, our attendance office, our re-engagement specialists, and that's who we were recognizing a couple months back. Tremendous efforts. They visited nearly 5,000 homes in this previous school year, 5,000 homes. Those are all students who are chronically absent, severely chronically absent, or who are unenrolled. So what we do with schools, it's a comprehensive approach, and we need to get better. We need more of it. We use data to try to identify risk, root causes. We try to match a student's needs with proper interventions. And a lot of this, when I say we, I'm really primarily talking about school staff with our support. The school staff is who has the relationships with families and needs to grow those relationships, and we support them in those efforts. When transportation is a barrier, our attendance officers transport kids. We facilitate informal and formal family meetings with students. So whether or not we call them consequences or not, when I was a kid, when I had to come to a meeting with my parents, and unfortunately that happened more than once, it was kind of a consequence. Now the goal of those meetings is always to build support and figure out how we solve this problem and get a student engaged. But there are consequences. We can cite students for truancy, as we talked about, and students more formally in that conferencing, we use our student advisory review hearings. Rochelle Murillo, our outstanding director of intervention, she runs that process. We do it at the elementary level and at the secondary level. So we do a whole bunch of things around chronic absenteeism. We need to get better at it. Obviously, the data is telling us that. I will say, and I'll mention it again when we get to Pillar D, that we are partnering with West Ed. They actually identified us. They have a grant. They identified us. They're helping us get our attendance systems to where they need to be. So, oops, gosh. I am trying to go as fast as I can. I want to be cognizant of your time commitment. So we have direct support to schools. We were today at McQueen supporting all of our high school principals around this information and really promoting and talking about the need for connectedness activities with students. We need to make sure our schools are doing connectedness activities from the perspective of adults, but also from the perspective of students. I talked about 17% of kids not feeling like they have a trusted adult. I will guarantee you there's adults in those buildings that feel they have a connected relationship with that child. It's not that one's right and one's wrong. It's that there's disconnects, and we need to work when we see those disconnects. We have a toolkit that Doug Taylor and Rochelle Murillo put together for attendance practices. These are run through our multi-tiered systems of support process, so practices that we use with all students and practices we use with students when they're not responding. We have our Native Youth Community Project. We're expanding volunteer services. We're doing a bunch of things around partnering with families, communities, and schools. I do want to just mention a couple of our partnerships very quickly. I can't go through all of them. For example, you heard from Junior Achievement. They're not on this particular list, so this is not an exhaustive list, but we have strong partnerships with our university, with the Human Services Agency, with Juvenile Services, with a host of nonprofit agencies. We have co-located mental health services in 25 or more of our schools right now. So we are doing what we can to support safety and wellness among our students and staff. Pillar C, and I promise I'm going to be as brief as possible. So in elevating our educators, we have used grant money, I think, strategically, so that we have identified multi-tiered systems to support coaches in every building, as well as restorative practices coaches. These folks work with us off contract time. They get compensated for that. It allows us to really peer into schools and see what their needs are. It also provides us a person that we can train who then has the expectation to go train school staff. It's an incredible strategy, I think, that we are using. We have a host of course offerings within MyPGS to support teachers and administrators as they seek licensure renewal. Many of the courses, but we have equity and diversity courses, we have SEL courses, we have courses around how to promote student voice within buildings. We're trying to expand that. We have a focus, and thank you again, Dr. Enfield, for that, around adult SEL. We are working right now with a group out of Yale University around emotional intelligence. We have to take care of our adults in order to take care of our kids. And then we also support our teachers that are seeking national board certification. As part of that, there's a component piece around building relationships with students and building relationships with families. That's part of that work. That's part of safety and belonging. All right. Culture of excellence and accountability. We've talked about this in previous presentations, but we are trying to provide schools with consistent templates so that they can develop, implement, and monitor student plans. These are plans that might be because of student behavior, that might be because of attendance, they might be because of a transition that is occurring, but we need to get better at really dialing that in. We are pressing on our students, and we have legislation that's telling us to do that, but we would do it anyways, to more strongly use data to drive their decision making. And so I'm very fortunate because I get to work with Dr. Davidson and Mr. Ernst and their team to revamp some of what we have within our business intelligence gateway. It is a tremendous data warehouse and resource, and unfortunately at this point it is underused. So we are really working on that to provide our schools with what they need. Those are some of the modules that we will be affecting through that. I mentioned the West Ed work. We are an office and we are a district that is interested in getting better at what we do and learning from research. We have partnerships with Centers for Disease Control, American Institutes of Research, West Ed, all looking at our MTS systems and how they support safety. And we are fortunate to be a part of those partnerships. And then finally, and then I will wrap up. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about things you've already heard, but we have a tremendous operations office and departments. The facilities modernization plan is always looking at the lens of safety and welcoming environments, whether that be through single points of entry, secure perimeters. We know passing these things on through, we're expanding our visitor management systems. We're rolling out Centegix, emergency preparedness. Roy Anderson, Jason Trevino, they're doing a whole bunch of work to support our schools around safety. So that's a lot in a short period of time, but I think this is a natural breaking point.
All right. I don't see any lights on, so I'll say let's continue on to our spotlight on Billinghurst Middle School.
Wonderful. It's my pleasure to welcome to the table Principal Jason Maddock and Associate Chief Tiffany McMaster.
Welcome.
Wow. No applause necessary. Thanks. You're still here.
Hey.
Hi.
Let's do this.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Been in and out. Had to arrange the kids getting to soccer game. Keena's last game's in 50 minutes. So you're on the clock.
All right.
I'm just kidding.
Tiffany McMaster for the record. Hi, Dr. Enfield, President Smith, members of the Board of Trustees. So happy to have Billinghurst Middle School here highlighted. Principal Maddock is going to walk you through some of the data for the school, but you know, when we started talking about safety and belonging, we thought we want to really highlight a school that stands out. And I know that in my mind, Billinghurst always stood out as a school that was very intentional about their work around safety and belonging. But we wanted to know what the data said. And the data supported this as well, and just shows the strength of the leadership in the building and the connectedness with all of the staff members and how that impacts the lives of students. So incredible work, Principal Maddock and your team.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate all you do. So could you walk us through your data?
Yeah. It's data, and I think I'll start by saying this is not the work of one, but the work of many. And that'll be the common theme throughout the next couple slides. Through the support of a strong admin team and the teachers and a clear vision and mission and where we wanted to head as a school, I'm not going to spend too much time on the data. You've seen plenty of slides. But the good news is simply simplified as discipline is down and academic growth is up. And we take great pride in that as a middle school, where we saw a year of struggle or stagnant growth. And so at Billinghurst, we academically grew, and we're shouting from the mountaintop about that. And so people always say, well, how did that happen, Jason? And you know, first of all, kind of dissecting some of that data, because I need to give credit where credit's due, is this goes for some of our special populations. It goes for all the ethnic groups as well. We saw some serious gains with our students with special needs, with our English language learners, and this really propelled our school in the last year and the years prior. This has just been a grind and grit. I think that's what demonstrates or explains the school the most, is the grit that our staff and our students have. And so quickly going through what it's about. And let me see here. Oh, they changed slides on me. This is a good one. Let me just get okay. So as evidence to the slides that I had, this is okay. This is good. Way to throw Principal Maddock a curveball, team. This is you, Dr. Enfield, isn't it? Principal Maddock, for the record. Thanks for having me, President, Superintendent. Wow, way to put me on the spot. Okay, so I'm just going to say the number one thing right now, and I'll stick to my notes, and it echoes kind of what's going on this slide, is a culture and a climate of caring, dedicated, and collaborative staff. Our staff, they love coming to work. That is the pulse that you get. They care about each other, and in return, our students care about each other, and they care about the staff. Our teachers, when I asked some students kind of coming in today, Charisma included, that she spoke to, and many students talk about the teachers being visible and greeting and listening, and really having a sense of belonging and wanting the kids there. We're a close-knit family. Our vision at our school is every student by their name, strength, need, and story is what we added into our school performance plan. So our staff knows each other's story. We bleed together, we cry together, we live together. We really embrace this family-style culture. The teachers really get to know our students, as was evident with Charisma's experience. It makes a lasting impact, and Ms. Pinelli was a testament to a sixth grade teacher that has been checking in with students throughout the whole 3 years and beyond. And I believe that our teachers take time to get to know our students. This then leads to some of the deeper work that we pride ourselves in, finding root causes for, say, attendance or behaviors, failing grades. Our teachers communicate with our counseling team, our engagement team, our attendance team, and our administration, and then all these resources within our walls are able to employ some strategies to meet some of these individual needs. But I don't want to stop celebrating at the teachers and the work that's done there, because we are truly a family and it's more than the teachers. Over my left shoulder is my admin secretary, and she was my special guest tonight. This is Deborah. Everybody give Deborah a round of applause for me, please.
Hi, Deborah.
It's late into the board meeting, but this is a testament of the family that I get to report with every single day, is that Deborah by my side every step of the way, as is the admin team and all of our office staff. And that first top right picture is our office staff. We get along, we have a good time together, and it's contagious when you walk in the front office and you get a 5-star customer rating on Yelp from the secretaries greeting families and visitors, and a sense of welcome to our school, and they feel safe based off of some of the things that Dr. Lamarca covered this evening as well. This then trickles into our kitchen staff. Another invited guest tonight was supposed to be here, and if you've been on campus, you know Jersey John. And we have a problem with students running to lunch at our school for the right reasons, because they want to get in Jersey's line and be fed by him. And so this is a testament of the climate and culture that not only bleeds out of the office and through the classrooms and the hallways, but into our kitchen staff as well, that kids really have a connection, and it's been said multiple times tonight, to an adult on campus. And kids run to lunch to get in Jersey John's line, and it's the longest lunch line. Dr. Enfield's seen it. Next, it comes to belonging and being a part of a beautiful campus. Billinghurst is a campus that's 33 years old. You wouldn't know. Last week we had, as Dr. Lamarca said, assistant principals and deans on campus, and they would walk out and say, gosh, your campus is beautiful. And so Edgar was here as long as he could be here till he had to attend to his kids. He was sitting next to Deb. He's my FFC. And I invited him tonight because that's another ESP staff that really make the climate and culture special at Billinghurst. And that gives this building, even though 33 years old, a sense of newness and beauty and pride and school esteem. So my hats go off to my staff. So as we continue our work, there's a lot of work around student engagement, and I want to speak to that and what that looks like. Billinghurst, kind of just walking you through the cool collage here. For those that don't know, 6 middle schools in our district have a generous donation for student engagement grant. And so Billinghurst was selected as one of those schools. I could go through the check boxes that you needed to be one of those 6 schools, but it has directly impacted kids wanting to be at school. Again, that pulls throughout the day, belonging to something bigger than just the academics. So in that top left corner, a shout out to Miss Caitlin Rock. She's our engagement specialist. She's there with Dr. Enfield and some of our kiddos that have a succulent plant club at lunchtime. And pun intended, it's spelled the correct way. School doesn't suck. It's spelled the correct way. And they made succulents and really have a sense of belonging. The top right, shout out, and right below that to our teacher librarian, Jen Rice, who opens her library every day at lunch and after school for a variety of club activities and engagement opportunities for students to find a fit in middle school. And I have a note to myself, we all been in middle school. It's weird to fit in. And so middle school is particularly challenged with this sense of belonging and fitting in and wanting to come. You've heard tonight, I don't feel safe. I don't feel like I want to go to school. Why? There's different things. There's bullying. You saw the statistics. And so we find these opportunities to completely surround our kids with engaging in opportunities to get them to want to come to our building and feel safe. Also, through this engagement grant, we've had the opportunity to say yes. And I said it to my staff and my community over the weekend. The engagement opportunity, the engagement grant provides us a human, that's Miss Caitlin Rock. It provides us supplies and it provides us with time to support our staff. And so new this year, we have a mountain bike club that is vertically aligned with the McQueen mountain bike team. And so we have 6th through 8th graders that just finished over the weekend as champions. Our 6th grader took the championship in his age group in our first year as a mountain bike team. Below that, the student engagement opportunities have also presented us with a cheerleading squad who just rolled out their first performances this basketball season and is receiving great reviews. And then the bottom left, the oval picture there, that's a picture of our attendance team who meets weekly. And so chronic absenteeism has constantly been this hurdle that you've heard about tonight. But if you have intentional and purposeful actions behind why kids aren't coming and how we can reach them on their journeys where they're at, that team right there, led by our admin team, Ms. Stacy Wright, Ms. Jen Hodges, our front secretary ladies, our truancy officer, Trevor, and Ms. Caitlin Rock, and our counseling team sits on that once a week and looks at the data on who's not attending, and we start making calls on why and how we can support you. And we have these opportunities to engage them in other ways. So there's other slides about bold, dedicated bighorns. I think I would be remiss if I didn't mention that we have a very clear mission around being bold, dedicated bighorns. It is part of our brand. It's part of our logo. It's part of who we are. And behind bold, you have intentional action steps. And behind dedicated, you have intentional action steps at what we communicate to all of our stakeholders and what we're trying to do to drive this bus in the right direction. About a bold environment of stakeholders to include the custodians, my boss, all of you, valuable part of Bighorn Nation, as we refer to all of us, as creating this welcoming, safe, respectful environment that prioritizes positive and intentional relationships, getting to know these stories. We're a dedicated staff to rigorous instruction, and we do have high expectations. Studies show middle schoolers thrive when they have tight routines and high expectations. And so that's something that we pride ourselves on, is no baloney, get straight to it. And let's get the bodies in the building and get the learning done. So as a bold, dedicated Bighorn, you all are part of Bighorn Nation. I brought some swag for you guys. You all get a power brand because it's part of who we are. And it's what we wear, and Dr. Enfield's wearing hers. When you step on our campus, Trustee Woodley has one, Trustee Nicolette has one. They're part of Bighorn Nation. You're part of our team. And so we are BDB, and I know we are WCSD, and so there's some parallels there about what our mission is and our vision is. So I leave you with this after all these, the data points, and I want to give the team that was up here, my well-respected, who I respect a ton, credit for helping me dig through data and really putting together a special product for you guys this afternoon. So thank you to that team. But in the end, I think specifically to the middle school experience, is kids can academically grow. Specifically, we got to see that data this last year at Billinghurst because their brains are at peace with the climate, culture, safety, and belonging that we provide. And I think if we all take a pause and think about what we're in this business for, and that's for the kids, and creating this welcoming, nurturing, safe climate and culture in our buildings, we all can see gains in a variety of areas. So I thank you. Thank you, Ms. McMaster, for sitting next to me tonight. Thank you, Dr. Enfield, for all your continued support, and trustees as well. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much.
So if you'll each take a power band and a sticker with our clear mission statement. And then Dr. Enfield, I met with Caitlin today. And her lunch bunch today got together. And so tell me why you wouldn't want to come to school so you can decorate a pumpkin for the holidays. Oh, and the sunglasses broke, darn it. But this is from the kids that you got the opportunity to meet, Dr. Enfield, and they wanted me to give this to you to put on your desk. So there was about a dozen kids in the engagement room today at lunch having a sense of belonging, and why wouldn't you come to school today to decorate a pumpkin if you knew that was a little token in front of you? So this is for you from the girls.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you, President Smith, and thank you for that so much, Principal Maddock. We'll have to take a photo so you can thank them for me. And at the risk, and my evaluation's done, so it's a little safe for me to take a risk. So at the risk of making my trustees feel less than, I am actually an honorary Bighorn. This was given to me by Principal Maddock and the students when I went. And so I feel very, very connected to Billinghurst, to all of our schools. But the Billinghurst Bighorns do a wonderful job at belonging for adults and students alike. So thank you. Thank you for what you do.
I just wanted to give a little tribute to Principal Maddock and his team. I know he didn't speak about it tonight, but this is all wonderful news and a great success story for many students at Billinghurst. But he talked about root cause analysis, and I want to acknowledge that he did lean into the reality that this isn't a success for every student. And I thought they did something really creative and innovative this year to address that. They disaggregated the data and determined that the students that were not being successful were typically students that were new to the area, that moved to Billinghurst, that didn't go to some of the feeder elementary schools. And they took it on themselves to pull their team together, and they leaned on one of the strengths, which is their incredible office staff and how warm and friendly and welcoming they are. And they thought, if that's the first impression, how can we make that impression last longer? So they started entrance interviews with students. It's either done by an admin team member, counselor. They get to know the student on a personal level. What are their interests? What do they like? What do they do outside of school? What is some things about their family? What do you wish adults in this building knew about you? They memorialize that, and then they send it out to the team that will be in service of that student. And it really builds a sense of community from the second that that student walks in the classroom, and has been a really powerful success story. He was telling me a story of a student who indicated that she really loved yoga. And so they purposely put her with a teacher who's a yoga instructor. They were able to connect from the very moment that that student walked in the classroom. And that student had that sense of belonging on day one. So I think that's a tribute of leaning into a root cause analysis, figuring out what is not going well, and how can you leverage what is going well to address it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Trustee Woodley.
Yes, I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you to Deborah. Thank you for always making me feel so welcome. Thank you, Mr. Maddox.
Thank you. This was incredible, and thank you for helping us end on this note. So on behalf of the whole board, this is just wonderful news, and it really shows us the path forward, and that your other peers across middle schools and then other schools can also follow as well. So thank you. Great job. All right, everyone. That closes item 3.03. We are going to take a break, and team, we're going to take a tight 10. So 10 minutes, and let's reconvene at 4:38. Thank you very much. All right, everyone, let's start taking our seats and get into position. All right, everyone. Heads up that I'm going to hit this gavel in just a moment. If we could get everyone seated. All right, it's 4:38 and we stayed on our tight 10. And everyone, it brings a lot of joy and honor to open item 3.04, a very big moment. This is an item for possible action. The approval and adoption of changes to the negotiated agreement between the Washoe County School District and the Washoe Education Association, also known as the WEA, for a term of agreement from 2023 to 2025. And as I said, this is an item for possible action. Before we get started, I would like to recognize some of the people that we have in front of us. We have presenting on behalf of the school district our Chief Talent Officer, Dr. Christina Mason, our General Counsel, Kevin Pick. We also have esteemed guest and co-presenter, Kaylin Evans, President of the Washoe Education Association, and also with us today, Summer Kay of the WEA, also Earl Spriggs, Elizabeth Cadigan, Robert Munson, Nicolette Andrini, and Andrew Schaefer, also of the WEA. And before we get started, when I say your name, I would like for you to please rise. We have some important and deeply committed members of our team here with us, elected officials. Assemblywoman Natha Anderson and North Valley's high school teacher. Assemblywoman Selena LaRue Hatch, also of North Valley's high school. There is something in the water in North Valley's high school. And Assemblywoman Dr. Angela Taylor, former president of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Thank you for being with us today. And how outstanding are we to have three legislators here with us connected to our school district. And now, with no more ado, we would like to open this item for presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. To the trustees and Dr. Enfield and our community, I am the very honored Chief Talent Officer of the Washoe County School District, Dr. Christina Mason. I am here today, again, with General Counsel Pick and with WEA, Kaylin Evans, as one of our co-presenters for this historic tentative agreement. Thank yous are not enough, and the obligation we have as employers with the collective bargaining agreements is a way that we meet the needs of our staff. So just as we know our students in our Washoe Promise by name, strength, and need, this is how we meet the needs of our grown-ups, right, by giving them livable wages, benefits, and things of that nature. So as a former teacher and principal, I am so excited to be a part of this team as the Chief Talent Officer, but also this is our largest bargaining unit. I'd like to also thank not only the staff that have worked so hard in this negotiation process, but also our legislators for providing the opportunity and avenue for us to do this, in addition to those that we work alongside every single day, so the WEA, namely Summer and Kaylin Evans, Earl, and the entire negotiations team, and our Washoe School District negotiations team. I'd like to give them a mention right now. Dr. Mike Paul, Associate Chief of Teaching, Learning, and Leadership. Anthony Spots, Interim Labor Relations Manager. Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer. Myself, and then, of course, our Chief Negotiator, Anthony Hall, Esquire, and Kevin Pick, our labor relations attorney here for the district. And also, I want to thank Dr. Enfield and you, trustees, for your commitment to elevating our educators and really putting rubber to the road for that. So thank you so much. This agreement represents a very positive and collaborative effort and approach And just to center our viewing audience in the terms that we use, a collective bargaining agreement is just that. We negotiate the terms of employment for employees that are represented with our district, and so we that are employed by it and represented through the association. I'll go ahead and start, and then I'll turn it over to Counselor Pick so that he can fill in some more very important information, as well as then turning it over to Mr. Evans for his feedback and comments. The summary of this agreement is that it is 2 years. Again, it affirms our commitment to our staff and to providing a livable wage for them and an increase that is, in our opinion, overdue. We were able to reach a 15% COLA for this particular bargaining unit, WEA, because we did have some offsets and some negotiation that had to happen there to make that possible. And Councillor Pick will speak more to that in a minute. In year 2, which will be start the school year next year, there will be a 2% increase on top of the 14% that we will be retroactively applying should you choose to ratify this agreement today. And also teachers as the frontline support for our students. And, you know, when I think about my childhood, every year of my life, I can remember a teacher that impacted me greatly, right? And so they are also eligible for that SB 231 match. And then some other things we were able to accomplish was just a streamlining and consistency of wording. We've talked about that previously, but I do want to really give a shout out to our chief negotiator and our Office of General Counsel for painstakingly looking through all of that verbiage and language and making some recommendations so that we could do better. So with that, I'll turn it over to Councillor Pick.
Thank you, Chief Mason. Thank you, President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, and Board. Kevin Pick, for the record, District's Employment and Labor General Counsel. I'm going to go into some specifics after we just saw the summary. And on this slide, we can see the individual COLAs here. So it's a 14% in fiscal year 24, which is this current year, and that'll be retroactive to July 1st. I want to note 0.8% of the 14% is due to offsets we were able to do onto weighted funding and cost savings by things such as eliminating the ESIP, the Early Separation Incentive Plan. Year 1 COLA is again retroactive to 2023. Next year, we see a 2% COLA in fiscal year 2025. Other salary adjustments, which are important to mention. Through negotiations, we were able to fix the step freeze, which occurred during the Great Recession, and give that step back to the staff that were affected at that time. We were also able to add an additional step to the top of the pay schedule to promote retention of our most experienced educators as well. This slide talks about SB 231. We've had a lot of discussion on SB 231 here, but for the record, it's a fund enacted by the state during the last legislative session, which allows a limited match on new salary increases. The maximum match under SB 231 is approximately 4%. Now, because of the size of the year 1 COLA that's been agreed to and tentatively agreed to in this, we are able to apply for the maximum match of 4%, approximately 4%. WA employees will receive approximately 4% in year 1, and that match will continue into year 2. Next slide. This slide talks about the signing and retention bonuses that we negotiated as part of this bargaining as well. These are for signing and retention bonuses for SPED positions, which are particularly hard to fill positions. New employees in those eligible positions will receive a $5,000 signing bonus, but they must stay in the position for 2 years and they must commit to do so. Current employees in those positions already will receive a $2,500 retention bonus at the end of the 2023 school year, and then an additional $2,500 bonus at the end of the 2024 school year. These bonuses are non-recurring costs covered by the general fund's fund balance and cost savings. Thank you.
Kaylin, I did not mean to turn it off.
No, it's okay.
I apologize.
It's great foreshadowing. I see how we're going to play this today. Okay. Hi, for the record, my name is Kaylin Evans, proud president of the Washoe Education Association. And I first want to just say thank you for this opportunity to co-present this. In building these relationships and building that trust amongst both of our organizations, it's humbling and a great opportunity to stand up here without a timer. So I really appreciate that. And before I give our remarks, I do want to go over some of the pieces. And JJ, if you could go back one slide real quick to the lost, or actually one more to the lost step. One more. There we go. Lost step. We kind of talked about this. This is a huge deal for our folks. So for those of you that might not know, back in 2010 when the recession, every current employee basically lost a step. They were not able to move up on the pay scale. A step usually accounts to a 2.5% to 3% increase in their wages. But it's not just that year. It's every year. Because every year now, you're compounding that loss year after year. It was something that if you were impacted by it, it's still held a lot of angst for those folks. These are our folks who have been through it all. They've been in the trenches working as hard as they possibly can, and it was really important for us to recognize the work that they had done of our mid and late career folks. And then we figured out, okay, hey, we can give it back. Well, a lot of them had nowhere to jump to, because they had maxed out on the pay scale. And so fortunately, through collaborating with the district, we were able to open up an additional step for them to move to, which will increase their overall compensation by about 2.5% on top of the 20 that they're getting. So it's a significant increase for those folks. But it also then continues to provide incentives for our late career educators to have an additional step to move to. So I just wanted to quickly touch on that. Thank you. So this wasn't just, obviously there's a lot of monetary pieces, but this is really about a quality of life, a quality of work, the working conditions for our folks and making them feel appreciated and supported. This first one is a new restructuring of the pay scale. And I don't want to go too into the weeds with this. This is a significant improvement over our previous pay scale. What this allows to do is a more equitable reflection of the work that our folks are doing. So there's a couple nuances. But long story short, what it does is it allows more recognition of the credits and the trainings that our folks are doing to be recognized for column advancement, which advances their pay scale. And then it also is up the very back end of the pay scale, which traditionally you had to have a PhD to get over there. And it just wasn't a very feasible thing for a lot of our folks, because the pay increase versus what it would cost you to go back to school and get a PhD, it just doesn't make any sense. So when we were able to start opening those things up, it's really going to incentivize our mid and our late career folks the opportunity to stay engaged, to have incentives to continue increasing their aptitude for their profession. And so this is a significant future earning potential, but future motivation for our current staff on this restructuring of the pay scale. We also have a great one around, for all of you know, with our IEPs. We have a lot of students that are on IEPs, our special education students, and a lot of those meetings are being done outside of contract hours. And so if our folks are open to spend, and it's not just the special education, right? You would have the counselors there, you'd have the gen ed teachers, you might have a learning facilitator. It depends on who's on that team. Everyone in our unit is now eligible, if it goes 30 minutes outside of their contract time, to get a one-time stipend to acknowledge the work that they're having to do outside of the contract. And that's a huge, maybe the cost isn't huge, but the recognition of the fact that teachers are always having to do work above and beyond what is outlined in their daily schedule and what's outlined in their contract, and we need to start recognizing and compensating the work that they're already doing. Another one with licensed educators. Again, these are they might seem kind of small on the surface, but they're acknowledgement of the work. So making sure that whether you're a counselor or you're a dean or you're a member of our bargaining unit, if you're covering for a class, you deserve the same compensation rate that a teacher would, right? You're putting in the work. So we're really always working on how we can make the compensation and the benefits equitable across a very diverse and large bargaining unit. And it's very troubling because when you have such a large, diverse bargaining unit, you have a lot of specific needs and issues that need to be addressed. So we're trying to do all we can to elevate the entire unit while also addressing specific needs of our bargaining unit. The next one's a great example, the extension of our dean contracts. Our deans are typically expected to come in over the summer, and they work with their admin team, right? They work with their admin team over the summer before their contract starts because they're part of that leadership group. the administrators are contracted to be at that time. They are not. So now by extending their contracts, similar to what we do with counselors, again, they're already doing the work. They were already coming in over the summertime to do this work anyways, but now we're able to recognize in some small ways that work that they're doing for those. We were able to increase the incline staff geographic allowance. So this is a stipend that's paid to those teachers that are having to commute up to incline, and whether they're commuting with the cost of gas, we all understand, or you're living up there, significantly higher cost of living. So it was a small way to recognize this. And then the Appendix B, I've been up here on public comment to talk about Appendix B. This is something that's really important to us as an organization, and I know there's a shared interest with the district on this because we have a shared commitment around providing extracurricular and intercurricular activities for all students, regardless of their age, right? For elementary up through secondary, improving our ability to provide athletics for those students, and those are the things that we know engage students becoming a part of the school culture. When we're talking about the whole presentation on truancy, right? We get kids in those. So we have an immediate increase right now, but then we have an understanding that we're going to be reopening that one particular item here in the springtime with the shared collaboration on trying to get that addressed systemically going forward. So those are just the kind of the key pieces on there that I wanted to touch. And then real quick, just wanted to explain the process with this for us. We collect surveys from all of our folks, individual responses that we collect from members that allow us to get an idea of what are the needs of our folks. On top of all of this data that we collect, all of our board are current educators. They're in the classroom every day in the trenches. Myself, our amazing staff work with educators day in and day out. So we feel like we have a really good pulse on what our folks need. And so from there, we would take all these, and we have our negotiation team, which I want to make sure we recognize again. Our table team specifically, our amazing executive director, executive director, our leader, Summer Kay. We also had our UNISERV director, Earl Spriggs, Elizabeth Cadigan, Nick Drini, Robert Munson, and Andrew Schaefer. If we could all give them a little round of applause. Thank you. They were on our table team, but we also brought every decision back to our entire board. So everything that we came up with, whether we agreed or disagreed on something, we always made sure that we brought that back to our entire board. So I do want to make sure we recognize them because there were a ton of meetings outside of the meetings they already have to attend by being in leadership surrounded regarding the contract negotiation. So we have Mario Fitzpatrick, Maggie Babbs, Jenny Martinez, Stacy Sosage, and Gilbert Lenz are on our board. So thank you guys. We also had a handful of folks that we call experts that come in and they help us present certain items to the district's team. They have a unique focus and expertise that provide us with information. So we had both the athletic director at Spanish Springs, Art Anderson, the athletic director at Galena High School, Greg Sakalaris, who came in and helped us present around the AD position and Appendix B. Same with Kenny Baker, who teaches music up at McQueen High School. And then we had Rachel Drake, who came in and gave us some expertise and insight around some items surrounding counselors that week. So I just want to make sure that we gave them recognition for the work that they did as well. Yes, please. And it's just really important while I have this time and no clock, I'm going to keep it moving. The ability for us to achieve this, right, the collective push by both the district's team and the association, we wouldn't have been able to do this if we didn't have the investments in public education that we saw this last legislative session, right? We are very proud not only to have teachers in the Washoe County School District serving on the legislature, but WEA members serving on the legislature. So I want to make sure again to point out Natha Anderson and Selena Ruhatch for all the work that they do at the legislature. And as we have also said, we have Dr. Taylor, who, when we talk about being a champion of education and having somebody who doesn't just, when we have these folks are champions of ed. Everybody's pro-education when they're running for election. There's a difference between being a champion of education and pro-education. And so we have some truly pro-nation folks that we are fortunate to have representing us in Northern Nevada. So thank you, Dr. Taylor. And understanding when we came here that none of this would have been possible without all of you in front of me. Okay, I know how much you have supported us. I know how much we have to push each other. And without that, and I tell our folks all the time how important school board is, because we can have all the funding that we want when it comes to the legislature, but ultimately it comes to those of you that are leading our district and making those decisions. And so we are truly indebted to the work that you guys have done and the support that you have shown the staff in our schools, because we know that the best way to support all of the students that we service is by supporting the adults in the building. So thank you, Superintendent Enfield, for your collaboration and support. I know how much to get your team to the place that we needed to get our team, it really was a collective push. So thank you all so much for that. And I'm sorry, I got one more thing. Okay, because again, I don't have a clock here. I don't have a timer.
You're okay.
I know you can change that. No,
You're
and
okay.
sorry. Just real quick, because I think it's important to acknowledge too the activism, right? Educators get active. And we were extremely active in this legislative session. We as a local had turned out over 100 different folks in different capacities to the legislature. Everything from directly lobbying with legislators, public comment, testifying. That's beyond just the rallies and events that we're putting on to put pressure on legislators. But it's not just here in Washoe County. We have folks across the state who are doing this, educators across the state. We have our retirees that are still fighting that fight across the state. We have our aspiring educators who are still at the university who are fighting this fight with us. And we have our state association and our rural district, our rural educators. And there's really educators across the state. So I did want to have an opportunity to please, we actually, the Nevada State Education Association is the teacher union for the whole state. Their president, Dawn Echeverry, was unable to attend today. She had some other obligations, but we do have the chair of the GA committee for NSCA, Robert Munson, who I'd like to just come up here and just give a couple quick statements.
Thank you, President Kalin. President Smith, trustees, Superintendent Enfield, my name is Munson, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Nevada State Education Association. I am the Government Relations Chair and a member of the Board of Directors. Unfortunately, President Dawn Echeverry, a teacher here in Washoe County School District, and Executive Director Brian Lee were not able to be here today. When the NSCA began the Time for 20 campaign back in February of 2022, our members, both certified and classified, were really excited about the potential that this campaign had. However, many of the legislators and many of our community members basically labeled it as a pie-in-the-sky campaign. They told us how unrealistic it was, but really because of the work of educators across this state, as well as the work of this Board of Trustees and Dr. Enfield, and your testimony at the legislature, educating both the public and our legislators about the chronic education underfunding in our state, it brought this campaign to reality today. Not only were you able to mobilize educators at all levels, not only were we able to mobilize educators at all levels and hold two important rallies and bring education funding to the public attention, our locals, such as the Washoe Education Association, were able, as Kalin said, to bring people to Carson City to testify, ensuring that this funding was a priority in all of the legislators' minds. Dr. Enfield and President Smith's testimony worked also in educating our legislators and the public. This was instrumental, and we thank you for your partnership in this process. We also thank you for making educators at all levels a priority. As we met to bargain these historic contracts, you set the priorities in this district. And knowing your staff is a priority, mainly because we are the educators who work with our students on a daily basis and make a difference in their lives and their educational journey, whether they're bus drivers, one-on-one aides, special education teachers, gifted and talented teachers, nurses, counselors, and all of our teachers in the classroom.
They make a difference on a daily basis. If we value our educators, we are in fact valuing our students. Again, thank you for advocating for education in our district and our state. NSCA pledges to continue to fight to fund our schools to the national average as we move forward into the legislative session. Thank you.
I'm done. Okay. No, I had to pause there. But again, I just wanted to say thank you all so much for everything you've done. Sincerely, the work to get us to this place. So much work of years. Like I get almost choked up when I talk about it because you get to a point of putting so much passion and effort into something and to see it get to a point, and we're not going to fix decades of underfunding in one contract. We have a lot of stuff still to do, but this is something that we should be proud of, and we need to use this as momentum to go forward because we've got a lot of work left to do. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our presenters. I will share that today is a dream come true. And I'm so honored to be sitting with my colleagues beside me because, and I do appreciate Mr. Munchin mentioning this, but our school board was a school board that put on our legislative platform clearly and with no question that compensating our staff as the valued professionals they are is our top priority. And so it's been an honor to see this process play out. This is not something that happens overnight. This is something that has taken years of work from more people than we could ever thank. But really, we're sitting here today, certainly because of our mission and our vision, but because we had a special and unique opportunity to accept the trust from our legislature that we would deliver on what it was that we promised to do. And so on that note, and in special recognition of that, I'd like to pass it over to Dr. Enfield.
Thank you, President Smith. As many of you know, we celebrate our extraordinary staff across the Washoe County School District by giving Ducky Awards. And any staff member can nominate another colleague for going above and beyond. But the superintendent is a staff member too. And so I have two nominations that I am very proud to award tonight. So if I'm going to ask Assemblywoman Selena LaRue Hatch to please stand. You can clap for her. Educator and Assemblywoman Selena LaRue Hatch has been a change maker in the classroom, at the Capitol, and across the entire state of Nevada as a leader and advocate for adequate and meaningful state-level investments in our students and teachers. Thanks to her time and talents and the efforts of so many education advocates in our community, we made history with the funding allocated to support education support professionals and public school systems. We are so grateful to Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch for her steadfast commitment to children and families. And you may stay standing because I'm going to ask your colleague, Assemblywoman Natha Anderson, to please rise, and we can clap for Assemblywoman Anderson. And by the way, what we're going to do after is there will be a group photo, and then the two of us will get together, and I'll give you a real duckies. That's right. So cannot be bought in any store, by the way. Can only be given here in the Washoe County School District. Assemblywoman and talented teacher Natha Anderson has been a relentless advocate for improved working conditions for Nevada educators. Thanks to her tireless efforts during the 22-23 legislative session and the work of countless educators and education advocates statewide, public education systems across our state received historic funding increases. As we celebrate the new bargaining agreement between the Washoe County School District and the Washoe Education Association, and the well-deserved and long overdue pay increase it provides to our teachers and staff, we must also recognize leaders like Assemblywoman Anderson who have helped us get to this moment. We are so fortunate to have her leadership not only in the Capitol but also in the classroom. You both make us tremendously WCSD proud. Thank you. So if you can just hang out and later, I'll give you your award. We'll take our photo. Thank you for all you've done. You inspire.
Thank you so much. So something that I'd like to add that President Evans also talked about, and then we also heard this from Dr. Mason as well, is that a moment like this is created by multiple people over time, but it also involves evolving our mindset. And that's not to say that we weren't partners before, but we had to reframe that around where it was that we wanted to be and how we needed to grow together in order to be there. And so I would personally like to thank everyone involved in this process for demonstrating that growth in perspective, that reaching across, that partnership, because even when we disagree, we knew that we were pointed in the same direction, and that makes a big difference. So before we go to public comment, I wanted to see if my colleagues have any questions or thoughts. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and we will move to public comment because this is an item for action. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. It's a comment. I just want to reiterate, and it was kind of stated in different things that individuals said, but this is an amazing investment in our children. I mean, I'm so grateful and thankful that we were able to do this for our teachers and other staff members that are so deserving, that are out there serving our children. But it can't be lost on the public. It can't be lost on any of us that this is an investment in our children, and investing in our children is going to raise our community. And I am just so thankful we have a community and we have individuals in the community that have gone to bat for our kids, that are serving our kids, that it's just a love for our children. So, thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. Dr. Mason, could you just clarify the positions, you can be broad, that are in this particular contract?
Sure. Christina Mason for the record. So it is our teachers, our special education teachers. We have librarians. I actually need to get you, I can get you a detailed list. I do not want to. Oh, you got it? Okay.
Yeah, and I'm hoping I get them all too.
Say one here, Dr. Mason.
Well,
there we go.
Just the breadth of our special education, I mean, just within special education, but every special education certified professional. We have teachers, obviously, we have counselors, we have social workers, we have deans, we have speech pathologists still within the special education room, certified librarians, certified nurses. We do have certified nurses. Did I miss anybody else? Huh? Well, OTs, PTs, but those are all under the special education umbrellas. So I didn't. There's a lot of those, that fall within the special education umbrella: OTs, PTs, speech paths, all of those.
Thank you for that. I think it's just important that the public understand that this is our certified staff, which includes very broad, across the spectrum of education, not necessarily teachers in the classroom. Clearly, that's part of it, but far more than just that. Thank you.
Nearly 4,000 employees and their families are being impacted.
Under, yes.
Right, just under 4,000. I mean, it's a significant number of impact.
Thank you. JJ, let's go to public comment.
Beth Martin.
Welcome, Ms. Martin.
Hello, thank you for having me here today. I am Beth Martin, proud employee of Washoe County School District for 16 years now. And I just want to express what a positive impact this has on me and my family. Me, not, just as the employee, but I also have 3 children in the Washoe County School District, and as Trustee Westlake pointed out, this positively impacts them, They've always loved school, they've always loved their teacher, but always knowing, me being an educator, they know that their teachers deserve better. As Mr. Evans mentioned, the years of hard work that this took for it to pay off, I appreciate everyone's efforts in getting us here. I appreciate Dr. Enfield coming straight out of the gates when you got here, acknowledging that we deserve better by compensation. This enriches everyone's lives that are a part of our Washoe County School District. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for the difference that this will make for me, but most importantly, my children and the children within the school district. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Martin. So this one is really tough because I know we're here for celebration, but during public comment, we do have the expectation that although in this case we are showing love, and I know I will be taken to task if I do not enforce this across the board. So I fully support that, but we'll get through our public commenters. And I promise, well, I shouldn't say that. I personally look forward to what comes after this item.
Gilbert Lenz.
Hi, Mr. Lenz.
Hi. Our work is about legacies and generations. Thank you for letting me speak briefly. President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, trusted trustees. My name is Gilbert Lenz, and I am a product of Washoe County School District education. My parents were both Washoe County educators. My grandmother actually was the president of this school board, Elizabeth Lenz, so it's kind of cool standing up here in front of you guys. I'm also an Afghanistan combat veteran, and I'm a current serving member of the Army National Guard. And I've gotten to be a high school teacher in North Valley's high school for the last 15 years. Nice shirt, Joe. I like that. Got some awesome colleagues here. North Valley's is well represented in this room right now. I wanted to say that it's been difficult the last 10 years, as we know, but this contract is a game changer for us, for the future. It is a leap forward with regards to respect for education and for our profession. And it's going to make a difference for us every day. I can already feel the difference in our building, which is the largest high school in Washoe County School District. I'm also a union board member for the WA now also. I'm the newest one. This is going to help us fill our teacher vacancies with qualified teachers, and it's going to help us recruit new people into education that are going to enrich our county's education. And thank you for making this contract possible. I know it's been a long road. It was almost like a dream a couple of years ago. I remember talking to some of my colleagues about this and then the battle toward it, and thank you again. This is incredible. The future depends on us. A better Nevada depends on us. Our children and grandchildren depend on us. Let's continue getting this done right. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Lenz. No, we can't. Thank you. No.
Lena Starbuck.
Hi, Ms. Starbuck. Welcome.
President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, thank you. Board of Trustees, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow citizens, today I want to address a pressing issue that affects the backbone of our society, our children's future. This disparity between teacher pay and the current economic market, nowhere in this discrepancy more evident than in a city like Reno, Nevada, where the average home price has surged to a staggering $500,000. Let's take a moment to reflect on the stark reality that teachers in Reno and many other regions across the nation are facing. For an average mortgage, the down payment required is substantial, $100,000, coupled with the 7% interest rate, which translates to a monthly payment of approximately $3,600. According to our financial experts at Smart Asset, to comfortably manage such housing costs, one should have ideally a minimum income rate of at least $101,000. If you notice our new pay scale, and I appreciate that they've taken this into consideration, the top of our pay scale is like, what, $96,000, $97,000? That's where we need to be starting, I think. Now, let's juxtapose this stark financial reality with the dedication and tireless commitment of our educators. These individuals who shape the minds of our children, just like you were saying, and prepare them for our future, we can only imagine, find themselves struggling to achieve something as fundamental as home ownership, even after dedicating 3 decades of their lives to their profession. Myself. This situation is not only concerning, it is a grave injustice. Our teachers are at the forefront of the nation's progress. They are the ones nurturing the leaders, innovators, and change makers of tomorrow. Their work is essential. Their influence immeasurable, and yet their salaries fall short of ensuring them a comfortable, secure life in this challenging economic landscape. We must ask ourselves, what message does this disparity send about our values and prioritizes as a society? It is not just a matter of teacher pay, it is a matter of respect, gratitude, and recognizing the impact these educators have on our collective future. As we gather here today, I implore you to understand the urgency of this issue. We cannot afford to let this inequity persist. It is time for us to come together as a community and as a nation to address the stark mismatch between teacher salaries and financial realities they confront. This includes advocating for the fair compensation, raising awareness about the issue, and supporting policies that will rectify the situation. In closing, the struggle of teachers to afford homes in places like Reno is a clear illustration of the growing economic disparities in our society. We have a moral and social responsibility to rectify the situation. It is time to ensure that those who educate and inspire the next generation are they themselves provided with the opportunities and financial security.
Thank you so much, Ms. Starbuck. We appreciate you. No, thank you so much. Thank you very, very much.
Maggie Babb.
Hi, Ms. Babb. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Superintendent Enfield and President Smith and Board of Trustees. My name is Maggie Babb, and I am a second grade teacher at Desert Heights Elementary School. I've been teaching at Desert Heights Elementary School for 9 years, and I've lived in Reno for 9 years as well. I want to take this moment to thank you for your support of the new contract. The substantial this contract would not have been possible without all of you. And for me personally, I know this raise will impact my life in many positive ways. I look forward to being able to contribute more toward my family's dream of owning a home here, and to feel a step towards a sense of financial security. But beyond that, and beyond just the financial, this is a huge move forward in showing respect and care for the educators in our community, and I applaud the steps taken to make sure that I and other educators can continue in this profession that we so deeply care about. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Babb.
Amy Jacobs.
Hi, Ms. Jacobs. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi there. This is my 24th year teaching in Washoe County School District. I was a classroom teacher for 15 years, and now I am the lucky special education teacher of students who are blind and visually impaired. And I'm a certified orientation and mobility for students who are blind and visually impaired. It feels like the work we do really matters. I've worked really hard for lots of years to try to make a difference, and have spent so many hours of my own time, my family's time, to provide worthwhile and lasting experiences for all of my students, whether it was first grade students or my students now. And I am so grateful to finally feel valued and like the work we do matters. It feels like maybe now other people think we matter and like what we do matters. I'm especially thankful for the frozen step and having that back. Yes, it makes a financial contribution to my family, but more than that, it makes me feel respected and like what I do matters, and that the experience I have matters. So many parts of it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jacobs.
Nicolette Andrini.
Hi, Ms. Andrini. Welcome.
All right. Hola, buenas tardes. My name is Nicolette Andrini. I am blessed to teach 217 middle schoolers Spanish at DePoli Middle School every single day. I have been working for Washoe County since 1999. So that longevity right there, I started in Echo Loader and Roger Corbett at the after school program, was a substitute, and now I've been in my own classroom for nearly 20 years. I am so thankful for this board, this negotiations team, everybody that really put this effort in. The impact is huge. Me in particular, I'm speaking because I'm getting that step back. When we froze, I was a younger teacher, and for all of those years, it really did impact myself. And so I feel validated I understand we can't retro, I get it, but I am just happy that now I will be on my correct step. And I appreciate where Washoe County is headed, because we've heard other boards and superintendents lead us one way, but now we're actually seeing what we're talking about, and it's real. WEA works very closely with all of you, and I deeply appreciate that as a board member, as a parent, and as a teacher. So I'll keep it short and sweet. Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much, Ms. Andrini.
Elizabeth Cadigan.
Hi, Ms. Cadigan. Welcome.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Cadigan. I serve as the Washoe Education Association Vice President, as well as teach during the day at Anderson Elementary. As a lifelong Nevadan and an educator of 14 years, I'd like to say first and foremost, thank you so much for your consideration and approval of this contract. It means a lot. Personally, the pay is going to allow my family to continue with our steps of fostering. I will be honest and tell you that prior to this step, or this contract rather, having a family was not financially possible for my veteran husband and myself. And so that was a long conversation. And now that we have this change, that makes it more possible for us to get our home in a situation to be able to foster. That means a lot to me. I also would be remiss if I didn't point out that our presentation this evening did not have a big celebration that I think all of our elementary teachers would appreciate, and that is the 120 minutes of prep time. That's huge. Let me say, I was like, what happened to it? So I hope that it's still in the red line. Because otherwise my email would be flooding. And so just being mindful of that. That prep time is precious, and it's really important. Amazing work does not happen without that planning time. And for our elementary teachers, being able to have that time and that autonomy with that time too, and being able to look at it and see, what do my students need? What do I need to do to make this lesson address the needs of my students within my classroom is above and beyond needed. So just, moving forward and keeping that in mind, that, our contract covers so many different areas, and making our contract more equitable to those areas is appreciated. So thank you for that time, and yeah.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cadigan. We will have President Evans come up after the public comment to explain that item too.
Amy Chitowski.
Hi, Ms. Chachowski. We are very, very pleased to have you. Thank you for your public comment.
Thrilled to be here, and the reason why I'm thrilled is because of this contract. I've been a teacher for 22 years in Washoe County School District. I have a master's degree. I'm nationally board certified. I'm already at the new open step, so I'm highly educated. And as a highly educated public servant, during my 22 years, I've had many second jobs. I was a waitress, bartender, hostess for 15 years at 4th Street Bistro. I would teach students during the day and then serve their parents at night. After school tutor, I would teach and then teach. A yoga teacher, I would teach and then teach. Curriculum writer, I would teach all year and then write curriculum during the summer break. A landlord, renting out a room in my house as an Airbnb. And then I just remembered on the ride over here that we used to donate plasma to pay our car payments, me and my friend across the hall. So with this new contract, I'm so happy not to have to sling another drink or take a dinner order. After a full day of teaching, teach again, change doorknobs so Airbnb people can't get into my home. But more importantly to me, the work that we do is so important, and being fairly compensated speaks to that. It was really embarrassing to be a highly educated teacher and then see my parents walk through the restaurant door. I will tell you that. And it speaks to the community that we care about our teachers and we care ultimately about our children, which is what it's all about. So in closing, I really urge you to keep speaking with really loud voices. We will do our part. Do it in the classroom every day. We do it in conjunction with WEA and the NSEA. And our new contract starts to bring more sanity into our job. Our job can be so insane, but we have our prep time now regained back to us. Every day I teach 30 10-year-olds. I'm so happy to have a couple of breaks to plan new lessons. That's what we do during our prep time. And it frees us to do what we do best, which is teach and support our students. So thank you. I'm thrilled to be here with our new contract, and I'm thrilled that I don't have to ever work a second job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chichalski.
Maria Casedo.
Hi, Ms. Casedo. Welcome.
Hi. I am Maria Castedo. I'm a teacher here in Sparks, and I'm also a parent to a second grader here. And I wanted to write down everything that is going through my mind and in my heart, and I really don't want to get emotional, but I might. So I just want to say thank you for what you guys are doing. What you're doing is life-changing, not only for me, but for so many of my colleagues. I cannot even put into words how important what you guys are doing is, and how thankful and grateful I am for working alongside us and showing us that you do understand what we're going through, and that you guys do appreciate us in turn, because in past years I feel like we haven't been appreciated here in Washoe County or countrywide. And so thank you. I'm speechless. I don't say besides thank you, and I appreciate you guys, and I am thankful to be able to continue my career here in Washoe, and I am thankful that my children are going to be able to have a great academic career, because they're going to be great teachers that want to stay here and are going to be teaching them. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Veronica Koppel.
Hi, Ms. Koppel. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Veronica Koppel. I'm the teacher librarian at Cold Springs Middle School. I have been kind of writing everything down up here, so excuse if I'm not making eye contact. I grew up in this school district, and I am now currently raising my son in this school district. I started as a one-on-one aide in 2008, and during my tenure with Washoe County School District, I have received my associates, my bachelor's, my master's, and I am currently continuing classes for my librarian certification. All of that has cost time and money. And prior to this contract, we were talking about moving away from our entire family because we could not afford to stay here. My husband is from here. We have a huge extended family here, a huge support system. And if this national average of $61,000 for teacher salaries was pulling my other teaching friends away, moving elsewhere because they could not afford to stay here, I would not be able to stay here if this contract was not so valiantly fought for. So I really appreciate the hard work that has gone into this and the ability to stand before you today and thank you for this. And I also appreciate for the first time in the 15 years that I've been with this district, when I email the board members, I get a response. That doesn't always happen. So I am truly grateful for and I just want to really appreciate the hard work that it took to get here, and that you're listening to the highly educated individuals that are in your district. So thank you.
Thank you so very much for that.
Michelle Rutherford.
Hi, Ms. Rutherford. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon.
Like many people before me, I just wanted to say thank you so much for all of the consideration. I also was raised in this area, went to Mamie Tolles Elementary, Sparks Middle, Sparks High School, and my husband and I sat down and figured it out. I work at Damani Ranch High School. I'm a chemistry teacher. My husband is a counselor at DePauli Middle School, and together we have 56 years in Washoe County School District. The impact of this is immense, not just for us and our families, but for the future going forward. I have two amazing daughters that have graduated from Washoe County School District that are now both in college. And both of them, I cannot believe I'm saying this, have an interest in teaching. And it's been very hard for me to support that interest as a teacher, knowing how difficult it has been for their father and I to support them and to give them what we think they deserved as children and coming out of this area. And we love this area. Again, like Veronica was saying, we don't want to leave. We want to stay. We want to retire here. And this actually gives us the opportunity to say, you know, it could be a possibility. I think I can look to the future, and I think I can look towards the quality of what we'll bring in and how immense that will be for all of our students that come through our schools continuing on. I think we've had great devotion, but devotion only gets us so far. So now we need all of the talent to stay here as well. And I think what you've done is very important for that in our future and our students' futures. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for that.
Stacy Stosich.
Hi, welcome, Ms.
It's a tricky
Stosich.
one. Good evening, President Smith, Dr. Enfield, and trustees. Thank you for having me tonight. My first and foremost thing is I want to thank you all for your time and effort. I'm an elementary teacher at Echo Loader. This is my 9th year. Last year, I decided that I was going to go into leadership. I do not want to go into leadership, but I had to make more money as a single mom. 2 beautiful girls in Washoe County School, one at elementary at my school, and one in middle school. Now, with this contract, I don't have to go into leadership, and I am so happy. I get to be with my kids. I get to be with my babies. And with this, I have a little pep in my step, and I already can see a difference in my teaching with my students. So I want to thank you very much for acknowledging me as a human, as a teacher, and valuing me, and also my children. Like Trustee Westlake said, this is an investment, and not only for me, but for my children as well. Also, one of the big things is the elementary prep time. I cannot tell you how much that 2 hours means to us. I don't have to, I can leave my work at work. Of course, I still bring stuff home because I'm a teacher and that's what we do. But I have the time, and that is scheduled out for me. I hit it. Oh, yeah, no, I hit everything. So again, and thank you, trustees, for coming to Echo Loader for Heroes Day, and thank you for coming into our schools. I've been here since 2015. I could not tell you some of the trustees, the area superintendents, what they look like, what their names were. Now I know all of you. Some of you have been in my classroom. Some of you have been at Echo Loader. Some of you have been to the WE socials. And we really appreciate that, and we really love seeing you in our classrooms because that shows us that you value us. And we love to show off for you. But that's just our everyday stuff. So it's not showing off. Those are just our magic tools as a mom, as a parent, as a teacher. So thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
The board received emails from Stephanie Nightingale, Amanda Eckerman, Tiffany Kaiser, Paula Koger, and Kristen DeHaan.
Wonderful. All right. President Evans, will you come up and address the not missing but unmentioned prep time for our elementary teachers.
And this was such a big deal for us. So I got zoned in on the slide and I forgot to tell Dr. Mason on that. But this is a huge addition. And we've talked a lot about, and it's a very cliche statement of saying, we need to take stuff off their plates. And we say that in education. We need to take stuff off of educators' plates, but then we just put more on their plates. This is such a concrete way of showing to folks that we are going to walk our talk and actually provide more time. This is a drastic improvement. Typically, there was only a mandatory of 60 minutes for an entire week provided for elementary staff to prep lessons. That's getting doubled to 120 minutes. And for our special education teachers, they get an additional 30 minutes on top of that. So it's 150 minutes for them to do. And again, the time that the impact on learning comes from the time we can put into those lessons and creating meaningful learning experiences for our students to get them more engaged. So this time is a huge win in this contract, and I'm not going to hear the end that I forgot to increase this. But hey, it's in there, and it is in the red line, so we're good, guys.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that clarification. So there is another real special guest that we have here, and it's the person that sat in this seat before I did. And the work that you see here is not just work that the seven of us have undertaken. It really is work that began a very long time ago. And for most of us who are on this board now, of course, we have Trustee Woodley, who joined after this person left. But she took up this charge, and she had been serving this district with fidelity and commitment for many, many years until she decided to take the fight and the championship to the legislature. And so I do want to publicly acknowledge and thank the leadership and the vision and the work that went into Dr. Angie Taylor, having been our board president and trustee for so many years, and the fact that she then took this fight to a state level to help make today possible. So thank you so much, Dr. Taylor. All right, so on that note, I see Clerk Rodriguez's light on.
Thank you, Madam President. So first and foremost, I can't express in words how much I appreciate all of you. I just can't. And hopefully through our advocacy, you can at least see some of that. But with that being said, there's someone that is the backbone of a lot of this, and I don't think she gives herself enough credit. So President Beth Smith, President Beth, be formal. President Smith, time and time again, I sit here at the dais and we hear you advocate, or not advocate, but acknowledge the work of everyone that everyone brings to this district. And you do this at every meeting. And like you said earlier, it takes multiple people to get to where we are today. So honestly, you're a true fighter, leader, and your dedication and advocacy is an inspiration to all us all. And I've seen it. You've advocated at the Believe sign at the education, Believe in Education event in downtown Reno. You've attended numerous times for 20 events. You've countless hours advocating and testifying at the Capitol with our legislators, and many, many more unrecognized moments of advocacy. And I'll just say it, she was doing this while battling cancer. Yeah. And I can't stress how strong of a leader you are, and it wouldn't be right if you weren't acknowledged for all the work that you were being done or have done to get us to this motion today. And with that, I would like to invite the board to yield to President Smith to make a motion on this.
I second that.
That is not really a motion because Neil is going to kick me under the table. That is unexpected. Appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I accept that honor and the non-motion that went along with it. On that note, I move that the Board of Trustees adopts changes to the negotiated agreement between the Washoe County School District and the Washoe Education Association.
Second.
Motion by myself, President Smith, seconded by Trustee Mayberry. And now I will open it up to my colleagues for comment on the motion.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I want to just say a few things as well. First, I want to thank our negotiating team and Mr. Pick, you're a great addition. Thank you for all your work. It doesn't go unnoticed. I want to thank the WEA and Kalen and his leadership. I hope and I trust and I know that this is not the end of anything. You know, we need to keep fighting for this. Amy, I can't even look at you without starting to cry. Amy was, I'm a dad. I have a stake in the game here too. I have two daughters in our district. There's some teachers that are their teachers. Amy was their first grade teacher, so it's it's just a real pleasure to see you here. I'm sorry, I'm a 53-year-old bald man starting to cry, but anyway. But a lot of you, we celebrate and we lift up our first responders and our men and women in military, as we should. But the teachers are often, I think, in the shadows because you're on the front lines too, and you improvise, you work outside your job descriptions, you work a second job. Many cases, you get plasma, and I am. Really proud of all of you, proud to be on this board and work with my colleagues and to ensure that this becomes a reality. And again, this should not be the end of it. This is nice, but 5-10 years from now, as inflation continues to creep up, we could find ourselves back in this realm. So keep fighting. We're with you 100%, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. I ran to be a board member because I wanted to make a difference. I have 8 grandchildren, and I wanted to pave the path and make a difference for them, and not just them, but every child in this district. And I'm not going to lie, there's been times when I've thought, what the hell was I thinking? But I have to say that I really feel that with honoring our teachers, again, I'll say that we are absolutely doing a service to our children and to our community. And I really feel that so strongly that this is an amazing thing that's been done, and a lot of hard work from a lot of individuals. And I just want to say thank you. I know the teachers have been saying thank you, thank you, thank you, but I want to thank you. So thank you.
I echo that thank you. I accept your heartfelt thank you. I will take it to bed with me tonight. Tomorrow when I start visiting schools, I'll continue to take it with me, and I will continue to look for the fabulous things that are happening in our schools every moment of every day. And yes, there's things that we have to work on, but we do that together, and we do it for the right reason. Like my colleague said, it's an investment in our most precious gifts, our future, our children. Thank you, and I think it's time to let you go home. You probably have work to do.
I'll add on to that, thank you, and I'll be quick. I want to say thank you to executive staff that worked with the WA, and a special thank you to Caitlin, because I know you had a goal and you were strong and forceful in that goal, but I appreciate that you kept it classy. Thank you. We appreciate
it. Trustee Church, I want to make sure you have the opportunity. Are you interested in speaking?
Well, I wasn't going to, but just thank you again to all, and I appreciate seriously the comments made by the speakers that spoke from their heart, and I especially take to heart the comments about the housing situation. We can't solve all of that, but yeah, I'm on board. Thank you.
All right, everyone. With great honor, the motion is by President Smith, seconded by Trustee Mayberry. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. That was incredible. All right. To my trustee colleagues, let's go ahead and sit down. Yes.
Still have a meeting going on.
Yes, we're going to go ahead and continue moving on here. So with that joyous moment, we close out Section 3 and now move on to Section 4. These are our reports. And item 4.01, I would like to invite our student representative, Arabelle Deason.
Thank you, President Smith. Tough act to follow, for sure. No, it's so exciting, so great. Okay, I wanted to start by saying that I totally forgot last board meeting to mention that Dr. Enfield actually did come in and talk to our council about the new cell phone policy. I was not there, so it's face, but she was able to get some good feedback from our students, so that was awesome. The other thing that we were able to do last meeting, which was last Tuesday, I forgot to mention that, is that we actually were able to come up with some interview questions that we would like the police interviewees to be asked. So that was really cool. So they may be used. I'm not sure. They want to use them. I know that. So it was a cool opportunity for us because we had a survey talking about our experience with police officers in schools and what we want to see in our chief of police. So that was a cool opportunity. And then for our three, I guess you could say councils, or like three groups that we have, it's mental health, college and career readiness, and then inclusivity and diversity. And last meeting we really wanted to talk about getting some things into motion. So for mental health, they really wanted to work on providing more resources for our students and having a really big focus on Reno High, because Reno High has been having a hard time. They've been lost a couple students recently to mental health. So they wanted to get a mural up at Reno to support those students, which is really awesome. And then for college and career readiness, that's the one that I'm in. We wanted to start looking at making a curriculum for 9th through 12th grade on just college and career readiness and how we can support those students. Because a lot of times there's a heavy focus in junior and senior year, and freshman and sophomore year are also really vital for getting ready for your future. So that was something that we were looking at. And then inclusivity and diversity, they really wanted to push participation more in extracurriculars and clubs. And so they were looking at having 0.25 credit for students that are members of clubs and attend those, regularly and whatnot. So that's really cool. And then we're still working on getting students from every single school. As you said, Smith, something in the water at North Valleys, because we've got tons of North Valleys kids. But we're still trying to get more from every single school, because we want everyone to be represented. So the last thing I have is I'm a panelist this Friday on the Student Town Hall for the Council of Great City Schools Fall Conference. And so that's very exciting. Wish me luck. It's going to be a fun time. So, yeah, but thank you guys so much.
And we are so excited to see you on a national stage representing students here in the Washoe County School District. So great job, Arabelle. All right, that closes item 4.01 and brings us to board reports, item 4.02. Trustee Church, you're with us remotely, so I will defer to you first.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I am in San Diego. Tomorrow morning starts the Great Cities Conference. So I wanted to get down here in time for that. And I know some of the others will be attending that as well. So you're going to have a late night flight, I guess, or early morning flight. So last week we had a meeting at Incline Village on the facilities management plan. That meeting was focused on the possibility of closing the Incline Middle School. And while I have to keep an open mind, I came up with about 14 points why it would appear at this point to be a very, very bad idea to close that. A couple comments on that meeting I just want to put out, because there's a lot of he said, she said going around. Personally, I think the meeting was poorly noticed. I didn't know about it. I found out accidentally on the 10th. The meeting was the 12th. I put the word out the evening of the 10th the best I could. Then on the 11th is when the school district put it out on Twitter, social media, news release, etc. So a one-day notice on those kind of medias, I think, was unacceptable. I was never noticed. I was invited. Whether that was intentional, who can say, but It just shouldn't happen. And so that said, moving on to that issue, it's been proposed there be a 25-member working group to deal with this issue. The community was 100% opposed. Therefore, I don't see a need for a working group. The community has spoken. They don't want it closed. What would a working group accomplish? But if Washoe County goes ahead with that, I just think 25 people is unmanageable. A work 25 people just doesn't work. And we saw that before with the K5 ELA program, where at the end we had a handful of people remaining and we got a very mamby-pamby response. So I also think it's wrong that there be school district employees on there. They could be, and or they could be pressured. And either way, it just opens up a Pandora's box. It ought to be a community effort, but not a school district effort. And the school district shouldn't be picking who's on that board. It should be done by the people. So I just think that it's not a good idea for people to be on any kind of a working group of that nature. If the board chooses to close the Incline Middle School, then we would go ahead and have a some kind of a working group to determine the nuts and bolts of it. Now the community is 100% opposed, and I personally would tell the community, don't be part of that. It's just not manageable. That's my 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Woodley.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. I think I have a little visual aid here for some of my visits. This past weekend, that first one, yeah, I went to a hug, not hug, I'm sorry, we're talking about Huggy. No, Lancers. I was at McQueen High School. It was the previous photo, JJ, yeah, that one. They had craft fair. It was huge. Oh my goodness, it was massive. I met Janine with Janine's Treasures, and she makes personalized ornaments. So I bought several, one specifically for my granddaughter's first Christmas. So that's right, Scarlett. I actually went in there, told my wife we're spending $20, $30, and ended up spending literally 10 times as much. So, but it was fun. It was a lot of fun. And there were a lot of parents there, a lot of volunteers. So thank you, JJ. The next one was at, this was at Glen Duncan Elementary School, Home Means, Nevada. I had the video, but it was too long to download. But these kids put on an amazing show. Myself and Trustee Mayberry were there. We were invited by Principal Ryan Smith. And these kids, they were singing their hearts out. It was beautiful. So I really appreciate it. And the last one was Bernice Matthews Elementary School. I was there for unveiling of a mural, and their fourth graders gave a performance as well. So that was a lot of fun. I appreciate that. Then also I visited the University of Nevada. I was there for the groundbreaking for the Matheson Gateway Project. And last but not least, I went to an AACT celebration and fundraiser at Dolan Lexus. And I met this young man named Johnny, vibrant, full of energy, just talked freely. He just had so much charisma. And he said, I think you might know my dad. And I said, who's your dad? He said, Dr. Mike Paul. I said, oh my gosh, man, he's so shy and quiet. That's your dad? So I emailed Dr. Paul and I told him I met his son. I wish I kept the picture. We did take a selfie and I sent it to him. So that was a good time. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you very much, President Smith. So I wanted to shout out the schools that I visited because I think it's important that they get recognition. Lena Juniper, Florence Drake, Turtletown at Green Bay, Desert Skies, Marvin Moss, Reed High School. They're all doing such amazing work. I enjoy these visits so much. I'm constantly learning something new. And a special shout out to Mendive Principal David Hartshorn. He wrote a grant with the help of the district's grant writer for the Care for Schools grant. They are getting $9,600 for that grant for the school, and it goes directly into care and culture and growth for the school, in building morale. It's for the kids and the staff. And I just thank you, Principal Hartshorn. Amazing contribution to that school. And I'm just so proud of him and for the districts helping him with that grant. I did go to the construction career day. The welding booth just blew my mind. They do an optical kind of where they're wearing the full welding suit. They've got the, the thing that comes down, and it's almost virtual. It's like they're actually welding. They can hear the popping. It's such an amazing tool, and it was so cool to watch this in action. I can't be remiss in mentioning, because there's been just a little bit of change, so I hope a lot of people are watching that ongoing. I'm having a town hall tomorrow night from 6 to 7:30 at Mendive Middle School. Again, thank you, Principal Hartshorn, for being so gracious to let me have it there. We were going to have it in the cafeteria, but their amazing choir will be practicing there. So the town hall is still at Mendive, still 6 to 7:30, but it's moving into the library. And I'm hoping it's okay for us still do the pizza and stuff in there. I think it will be. We just got to be careful. But there will be pizza and drink. So tomorrow night, I want to hear feedback, but I also want to hear constructive ideas that I can take for talk. Not all the board members at one time, but, throw things by them also to move this district forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be quick. So I did visit several schools. I hope Principal Tomas is watching. I'm repping the shirt today. I visited several schools. That was awesome. I got to attend a ribbon cutting event of a new local business who want to be partners with the school district, so I'm throwing that out there. Nozzle One Pizza. It's co-owned by a retired Truckee Meadows firefighter, and already putting bugs in there about donating some pizzas to some schools. But I do want to give a quick special shout out to the Spanish Springs JRTC Raider team. So they'll be going to nationals yet again, so that's pretty cool. So it was a great event. It's really nice to see other school districts come. So Douglas and Carson, a lot of passion and heart behind all those kids. I mean, I wish I had 1/10 their energy. But with that being said, I want to do one last congratulations to WEA, to our police association. I am happy, just overly happy to see that we're finally moving in the right direction, and we're showing that not just through talks, but actually walking. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you. When I get my report, I feel like I got to talk a little bit more about just, when I attend these schools, I feel like I need to give you a little nugget on some of the things I've heard. So I'm going to try to do that going forward. But I met with the Sky Ranch Principal Bayless. They're looking for some relief to their new school. This already has four portables. I know the zoning committee's taking this up now. Principal Bayless also increases parent engagement with quarterly parent forums. I think that's important for the board to know, because we hear a lot about, lack of parent involvement perhaps, and principals are doing what they can to increase that. I also visited with the principal at Desert Skies Middle School, Teresa Quintana, and to increase parent involvement. She hosts student parent conferences where she actually invites the students along with the parents, and they're concerned about the potential of losing an AP allocation as enrollment declines and as we rezone that area. Met with the TMCC Principal Oronos. Thank you. Great visit with Principal Mike Dixon at Smith Ridge Elementary, and attended 2 fall festivals, one at Hidden Valley, one at Bird Eye Elementary School. Both were fun and unique, but I will tell you, next year, if you have not attended the Bird Eye Elementary Fall Festival, it is the scope of something a small city puts on. It is absolutely amazing. It was a beautiful day. Hats off to Principal Fong of Bird Eye. This picture here is the best part of my last 2 weeks. Met with 3 students at Sky Ranch Elementary. They reached out to me. I guess my reputation precedes me. They interviewed me for their Be the Change project for Mr. Moffitt's social studies class, and that's Maggie Wright, Kaylee Rose, and Chloe LaFrance. And they asked some pretty tough questions on school financing, and really pleased to meet with them. Also met with a small group of school administrators and community leaders on an aviation curriculum. It's very exciting, and we'll have this roll out next, hopefully, the 25 school year. I rushed a little bit because I wanted to conclude on a bit of a somber note, and I apologize for that, but I know all of you share some anguish in the loss of 2 of our students in a house fire on Friday. I reached out to both the principals at DePoley Middle School and the Monty Ranch board, just let them know that if there's anything we can do. They appreciated the gesture. I know nothing. I don't want to speculate, but for they're listening, now's a really good time to check your smoke detectors, change those out. If you don't have any, the American Red Cross can provide those free of charge and install them as well. So. Again, my heart and sympathy is with that family and that tragic loss of 2 of our students. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and thank you for extending that message on behalf of the board. Vice President Nicolette.
Thank you. That was a beautiful crossover between your profession and your work as a trustee. Thank you. Cue it up, JJ. I had the pleasure and hard work of meeting with 3 third-grade classes at Huffacre Elementary School. They were studying government. And let me just give you a few of the words that we talked about. I mean, these kids, they were prepared. So we talked about voting, and they wanted to know about the voting process. So we talked about registration and how old you have to be and all of that. We talked about taxes, so that they could understand how schools come about. They don't just snap our fingers and it happens, and they asked some great questions. We talked about the Constitution, and we basically talked about back when, how did voting start, and they all knew that initially it was for landowners, which was typically white males. It's just a fact. It's not a slam. It's just a fact. And then African American, black men got the vote before women did, and then women. So I got to tell you, these kids. And then they asked me one of the questions that's always been hard for me to ask because it's such a long answer. Why do you want to be a school board member? And so I just come to the point now where it's because I love education and I love you, and you are the future, and that is very important to me. That was enough for them, thank goodness. I hope it'll be enough for when I'm asked later on. Next photo, please. I, too, attended the Career Construction Day in high school at the Reno Sparks Convention Center. And I'll give you a little stats. My colleague, Trustee Colleen, was spot on in how fabulous it is. There's AI going on in these trades and as far as training. It's very impressive. There were 33 hands-on interactive activities, 19 information booths, over 1,000 students, 85 staff members, 54 vendors, and several other school districts. Washoe County School District organized this. It was absolutely beautiful. And I want to, among all the other events I attended, I attended the retirement of Arlen Melendez. He's the Reno Sparks Indian Colony tribal chairman for 32 years. And this is his quote: "There is no greater evidence of the progress than the building of friendships with all peoples." He believes it, he lives it, he shows it.
I love that. Thank you so much, Dr. Nicolette. So I had some visits this week. I visited Innovations High School, Hunter Lake Elementary, Veterans Memorial Elementary, the Rise Academy of Adult Achievement, Roger Corbett Elementary, and Wooster High School. And they were incredible visits, and I would like to specifically call out Veterans Memorial Elementary School. Unlike many of the reports that we've seen with STAR reports, they actually raised their STAR rating, and I'm incredibly proud of them for that. I represented the District Rocky Meadows Regional Planning Governing Board meeting, which is a board that I serve on behalf of the board here. And my first picture that I have up, I've had two wonderful colleagues that touched on the Construction Career Day. This is a photo of Josh Hartzog and me in one of the little photo areas. It was an absolute joy to see the minds and the experiences of these children opening up. I'm a forever champion of CTE, and so thank you so much to the sponsors, the companies who were there, the schools that sent their children into the other districts that participated as well. This event just blew away everything that I could have ever imagined. It was great. It was really, really fantastic. And a special thank you to our CTE and Signature Academies program for putting it on. I also attended the UNR State of the University address, which was delivered by UNR President Brian Sandoval. One of the things that was cited particularly by President Sandoval was the Washoe County School District's tremendous success with dual credit enrollment that was prominently celebrated. And I really want to thank Dr. Enfield for that, for doubling the number of students involved in those courses. And I was joined at that event with Trustee Church, Vice President Nicolette, and then also Trustee Mayberry as well. So my next picture, this is a mom photo. I did want to show everyone, I was a volunteer mom at Swope Middle School's Panther Prowl, which is a color run. The picture on the left is what I looked like beforehand. The picture on the right is what happens when you're throwing a whole bunch of blue cornstarch. It was an absolute blast, and it was a true joy. And I was there as a parent, not as a trustee, but so many parents were there, and I always appreciate those opportunities when schools open their doors and let their parents participate in the joy of these moments with their students, and so I really loved that. And then my last photo, 4 years ago, on October 19th, 2019, this is my origin story as well. This was the first ever education rally held in our community, and it was put together by a grassroots organization called Empower Nevada Teachers. And they were founded by a passionate group of educators here in our county because we knew that we could do more with public education. At the time, I was a really committed and passionate mom, and I was invited to speak. It is through this experience that I met one of the heads of Empower Nevada Teacher, Kaylin Evans. And so 4 years later from this moment, Mr. Evans is the president of the Washoe Education Association. I am the president of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees, and always believe in what's possible. Always. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so that closes item 4.02, and now we'll move on to item 4.03, our superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Smith, and always believe. So I know we heard a lot of testimony tonight, and we received emails from a number of teachers and staff impacted by the decision to ratify this historic contract. But one of the messages we received stood out, and I just want to share, I'm not going to share the name, but this teacher said, "This contract will allow my husband and me to invest more fully into our retirement and to work on paying off our home. I plan on teaching for at least another 10 years, and the additional salary will allow us to create a future for ourselves that is above the poverty line. This contract would also allow me to stop working a second job. I've worked at least 2 jobs for 22 out of my 28 years as a teacher. This would bless me so greatly." So I want to say thank you to the trustees, to President Smith, to Kaylin Evans, and everyone on both sides of the bargaining table for blessing our teachers and staff with what is long overdue. And I will say that as a former high school teacher myself, none of us is in it for the money. But not a single one of our teachers should have to work a second job because they're not making a living wage. I never want to go to a birthday dinner again like I did last year with my family and have my fabulous wait person be a teacher who is giving up time with her family to wait tables. We just have to do better, and this contract is a big step forward in doing better, and we're going to keep going. So this isn't the end. So I am proud and grateful. I'm new to this party. As President Smith said, many of you have been fighting this fight for years. So thank you for allowing me the honor to get in the fight with you, and onward. And with that, I will close out by saying it is National Principals Month. And so we put together a little video to celebrate our wonderful principals. And we're going to play that now, and that will close out my comments, President Smith. Produced by Ducky winner Jeff Foss, by the way. That's okay. We'll send it to you.
That's okay.
We can send it to the trustees, and then also there's no shame in showing it at the next meeting, even if it's November. So that's fine. Okay, we'll wait till November. Oh.
There we go.
What makes a good principal is not only making school about learning, but also making it fun for other students and teachers.
Roaming the halls, making sure everybody's in their class.
I see somebody who's there for the students and somebody who's going to be there to help the students when they need the help.
It makes my day feel better when my principal is actually and wondering about my day or how I'm doing, and he's like, "Oh, how's soccer going?" I'm like, "It's going great." But the fact that he knows that I'm playing soccer and that we had a game the other day, with all those other things that he has going on, I think it's that we have that type of principal around.
If you don't have a principal that's interactive with you, nobody's going to want to get interactive with them, or with school in general.
It makes students more excited to go to school. It makes you feel like you're in an environment where somebody really wants to see you succeed, and having somebody rooting for you like that can really make somebody go far.
I think very compassionate and lively at school, just not staying in their office and coming out and just talking to the students, interacting with them and showing that they care for their school, being involved during spirit weeks, games.
I would say a principal that instead of jumping to conclusions and assuming what happened, they to let the students explain their part, and then she kind of decides.
I feel like she wants to make sure that students are doing good in their life. So if there's a bad, they're doing bad, she wants to know why. So maybe she can help a little bit.
They need to care about the school. Even if they weren't principal, they would still be trying to make the school better.
It's nice to walk around and see your principal and see them engaging with the students, and also making a difference at school as well.
He's at all the sports games, so it's really approachable in that way, and that's something I really appreciate about him.
It gives us a sense of safety and belonging, definitely, and it allows us to feel open and we can be who we are without having to fake things in front of the school, and school becomes more of a home than just a chore. Yeah, we definitely get to learn a lot more when we have better relationships with our admins and our teachers.
What makes a good principal is honestly when they have an idea, they're actually trying to make it happen.
I feel like they should be understanding and able to listen. Definitely there for the students. I feel like that's a huge thing.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Well, all right, that closes section 4, and now we'll move on to section 5, our closing items. JJ, closing public comment.
Thank you, left. Roger Edwards.
Hi, Mr. Edwards. Welcome.
No, that's not Mr. Edwards.
Oh.
Dr. Shannon Cologne.
Hi, Dr. Cologne. Welcome.
Oh, so I'm probably going to betray my age by carrying a physical piece of paper. Thank you, Board of Trustees. Thank you, Dr. Infield. First, I want to say that as president of the Association for Professional and Technical Administrators, which includes our psychologists and pro-techs, we would like to congratulate the Teachers Union for working together to reach a historic agreement that benefits our frontline staff, who are the backbone of WCSD. Without our teachers, we would not exist. APTA would also like to extend its congratulations to our school police, who have sought to extend their current contract and increase their cost of living benefits. However, with School Psychology Awareness Week coming in the second week of November, as president of our organization, we're deeply disappointed in the way that APTA, including some of our pro-techs who are not in leadership positions, and psychologists in particular, have been treated by this board and the leadership team. We urge our Board of Trustees and our superintendent to treat us with dignity, respect, and the deference that each of our employees are owed, and to treat us just as fairly and objectively when it comes to compensation and benefits as you've done to other organizations within our district. We implore you to demonstrate true equity and engage in building positive relationships and continued discussion with our employees and our leadership, not through your words, but your actions. I have reached out to each of you twice, and I've met with 3 of you in the 21-22 school year. My efforts have been rebuffed in the 22-23 school year. So again, I implore you to work with us as a team and to demonstrate your dedication, not just to our teachers, not just to our school police, but to every employee in this organization. Because we're all here working for the families and the children, and that's what we're here for. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Colon.
Timothy Stevenson.
Hi, Mr. Stevenson. Welcome.
Well, I don't want to discredit anything that the union's done as far as raises and all those kind of things. I think the self-aggrandizing that everybody here does and pat themselves on the back to be kind of laughable. Think of pay as a national average. If that's the case, $61,000 is the national average. Think of it like grade levels. You're behind grade level. Not in pay, but in education, or systems and things that we have in the school. Computers, technology. Our computer is 15 years old. It takes my students 15 minutes to log on to those computers. We can't get those for 2 more years now because we're locked into this contract. Now, I can't get my administration to pay for them because instead of buying that, they like to spend the money on plussing up a dean position to pay for a vice principal. I don't understand how that benefits anybody except for the principal. It doesn't benefit the students. Teachers, we work late, we come in early, we're expected to do training that we're not paid for, and now we're going to get paid for maybe 30 minutes of it depending on whether or not it meets certain qualifications. Now, I don't care about the $90 per student you're going to pay me at the end of the semester because my student numbers are over 25. What I care about is my student growth. Now, I'm giving a lot of students that struggle because I'm in a struggling population area. This student specifically went from getting zeros on every single thing that they did to getting A's on every single thing they did. But now, since I went from 22 students to 36, I no longer have the time to spend with that student, and he's getting F's again. He has regressed, solely because you cannot figure out how to manage student numbers, population properly, so we have enough teachers to actually attend to those students' needs. Now, to add on to that, at the end of the school year, we take the SBAC test. The SBAC test kind of grades your classroom based on Washoe County's average standards. If I look at my SBAC growth from last year, I am one of, if not the best, 5th grade math teacher you have. I will amend that statement. I was one of the best, or if not the best, 5th grade math teacher you have, or had. I'm retired military. I don't have to put up with this. I don't have to sit there and worry about my students' growth as compared to whether or not the county is willing to hire interventions teachers or pay for the technology for it. Because of that, tomorrow is my last day with Washoe County School District. If any of you care to see any of this information, and I highly doubt you do, it will be in that trash can right out there in the hallway, because that's what Washoe County thinks of most of the teachers and their opinions. If you were to ask other teachers outside of this little self-aggrandizing thing that you all like to do, the whole dog and pony show, you will probably see that more than 50% of your staff is displeased.
Thank you for your comment.
Bruce Foster.
Hi, Mr. Foster.
Well,
welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon, and Superintendent Enfield and President Smith and trustees. And I'll have to say my feelings are really hurt because I'm missing dinner that my wife prepared, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle it. But we could fix that if we had my 3 cents worth at 2 o'clock. My concern here is the sexualization of our children. And I brought this to your attention. It's kind of a two-pronged issue with your sex education program and then pornography within the schools. And I brought to your attention Emily Drabinsky, who is the new ALA president, and she is a self-described Marxist, and she says that public education needs a site of socialist organizing. Libraries really do too. Now my question is, hopefully we're not really connected with ALA, but if we are, we need to get disconnected. Moving on to the next thing, I've been getting emails from Karen England, and you're maybe familiar with Karen England. She's against pornography in schools in California. And we see what's happening in California. It seems to drift over the mountains to Nevada. And I'm concerned, being a granddad of 9, that my kids are in Lyon County, and I'm concerned that it's going to drift that way. Well, she's a part of the Capital Resource Institute, and I get emails regarding, is this book in your library? So I started searching, and lo and behold, which I gave a copy to everybody, this one popped up, Sarah Moss, A Court of Mist and Fury. And if you wish to follow along, on page 22, it reads, and this is at Reed High School, by the way, his tongue swept my mouth again, in time to the finger that he slipped made of me. I can't read it very well. My hips undulated, demanding more craving of him, and his growth reverberated in my chest as he added another finger. Tammin, I begged. He palmed my breast, his thumb just flicking over my nipple. I cried out.
Sir, this is appropriate for us. Although it is a book that we have available in our libraries, it's not necessarily something that we would share with people.
Right.
Thank you very much. It's not your First Amendment right. Thank you for your comment. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. JJ, who do we have next?
That's all I have.
Thank you.
I also read all boys.
Nope. Stop right now, please, sir. Please. Let's make this. Nope. Stop, sir. Thank you. All right. That closes item 5.01, public comment, and now brings us to item 5.02. Our next meeting announcement is on November 14th, 2023. And at 6:30 p.m., we'll adjourn this meeting. Thank you.